towards new goals after a hag is dead. They say where see the oracle down in a grotto deep. Many had died to Titan's wrath, but no time left to weep. Towards the old wood led their trail, known faces there to meet. Against corruption to prevail seems to run quite deep. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes for who did prevail at last. The hag is dead, slain is the boar, awaiting a new task. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes for who did prevail at last. The hag is dead, slain is the boar, awaiting a new task. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes for who did prevail at last. The hag is dead, slain is the boar, awaiting a new task. Born with fire in my veins, half divine but full of rage. Amazon warriors raise me strong, in the sands of battle I belong. While Father fights, his shadows call, his glory waits beneath it all. I am the lion of battle strong, fighting demons all alone. Prophecies say I rise above, with strength, revenge, and ancient love. I'll claim my fate, what's meant to be. Half god warrior breaking free. Won't stop until I've won it all. Watch the mighty titans fall. Cole speaks of destiny. 3 great tasks ahead of me. Find my mother lost in time. Slay the dragon's cruel design. Build a weapon never done. Fight until the war is won. Hide his legacy to see to save. To see his glory rise and graves. The arena shakes with every stride. Thunder roars and lightning guides. The titans think they see the end. There's a lion roars instead. Oh, watch them fall. Oh, lose it all. Naturals calls me champion true. With battle cries, I'll break through. I'll restore my father's crown and make these ancient powers bow down. Not just blood that makes me strong, but every battle, right or wrong. It's time to prove what I can be, to rise above divinity. I am the lion of battle strong, fighting demons all alone. Prophecies say I'll rise above, with strength, revenge, and ancient love. I'll claim my fate, what's meant to be. Half god warrior breaking free. Won't stop until I've won it all. Watch the mighty titans fall. Let them hear my battle cry, as I make these titans die. Father's pride I'll soon restore. This is what I'm fighting for. This is what I'm fighting for. Born with fire in my veins, half divine but full of rage. Amazon warriors raise me strong, in the sands of battle.
And welcome back to CEN, your collective entertainment network. I'm here once again, your DM John, and I'm joined by my wonderful human beings, mostly incredible people, players, actors, producers, writers, singers, artists, and maybe an exotic dancer or two in the moonlight, who knows. But Ray, Brian, Nost, Mason, and Rose. It's me. I'm the exotic dancer. Um, we're here every week at 8, 15, 20-ish Eastern Time on Friday nights. Same CEN time, same CEN place, and we are very happy that you've decided to join us for another week's thrilling adventure. As always, if you like what you see, Give us a like, give us a subscribe, help us on our ongoing boss battle against the ultimate of BBEGs, the YouTube algorithm. And with that in mind, everybody, let's begin this week's Odyssey of the Dragonlords. And welcome back to our live report. Before we get into our mood setting intro, I do want to warn everybody Odyssey of the Dragonlords is a very mature campaign, and there are some very uncomfortable moments. And dear players, dear viewers out there, tonight there is an uncomfortable moment in this episode. It can get pretty raw. Um, there will be talk of torture, slavery, um, death, war, um, psychological trauma. Tonight we're going to visit all of those things. Before we do, I'm going to stop and give another warning to everybody. And after I give that warning, I'm going to go through all of this great psychological thriller that I've prepared for my good friends because I am such a good friend to you. And whenever I finish my psychological trauma, I will throw my hands up in the air like I just don't care. So if you choose to fast forward through, you just look for me to throw my hands up in the air like I just don't care. But I'm going to repeat that when we get to that part. Does that make sense to all of you? You guys don't get to fast forward through it, but I hope it makes sense to the viewers.
Yep.
I prefer you
Fantastic.
do the Zoidberg, but I mean, I guess I'll settle for the hands up in the air thing.
Love that
Might do
character.
both. Why not Zoidberg? Okay, but into the intro. Storm clouds churned over the plateau, their darkened mass spilling rain and hurling lightning as if the heavens themselves sought to warn of the battle about to unfold. Great Talius stood firm, his hooves planted in the rocky soil, his bronze pike glinting faintly in the dim light. Across from him, Pythor loomed like a colossus. The god of battle was clad in gleaming bronze armor that bore the scars of countless wars. A crimson cloak draped over his broad shoulders. His hammer, impossibly massive, rested in one hand, its surface etched with glowing runes that pulse like a heartbeat. As Talia stepped forward, the storm surged, casting his silhouette against the jagged peaks. Pythor turned and smiled in recognition, his eyes narrowing. A smirk plays across his face. I wouldn't have thought I'd be bothered here. You! Talius, right? The 10-minute man! We fought before once. 10 whole minutes. Why are you here? The words stung like a lash, but Talius met Pythor's gaze, remembering his defeat with unwavering resolve. His voice carries the weight of grief and fury. When we first met, I fought you for 10 minutes to get you to leave the steppes when you were wandering out of your Pythoria. But now your precious settlers and their pointless war with the Oresians have stolen my brother's life. This time, I'm here for more than 10 minutes, Pythor. I want you to move your war out of my steppes, away from my people. I challenge you to battle once again. I want a new name, and I want you gone. Pythor's laughter rumbles across the plateau, loud and unyielding as the thunder reaming above. He swings his hammer upward, resting it casually on his shoulder, and his smirk deepens. Challenge. Me. Go and rest instead. Move your family away, and live and drink and fuck and go away. Talius stands silent and firm. Fine, Pythor says, his voice dripping with the amusement. 10 minutes. If you last longer this time, I'll grant your request. But mark this, mortal. I won't hold back after that. The battle begins with a thunderous charge. Talius surged forward, his pike aimed squarely at Pythor's chest. The god moves to meet him, his hammer swinging upward in an arc that carves the air like a scythe. They collided in a storm of sparks and ringing bronze. Talius pressed the attack, his strikes swift and precise, each one testing the limits of the god's defenses. Pythor deflected each strike with the casual ease of a master. More spikes fly, as the divine mithril meets mortal bronze. The ground cracks beneath Pythor's footfalls, and each swing of his hammer left faint ripples in the air, as though the fabric of the world resisted his weapon's passage, and failed. Each block sent shockwaves through Talius's arms, but he held firm, his resolve unwavering. Impressive, Pythor calls out as their weapons clash again. You've grown since last time. But do you really think you can force a god to yield? Your form is better, but skill alone won't topple me. Talius says nothing, his muscles taut with effort as he lunges again. Focus. Is locked on the fight. Talius feints left before driving the pike towards Pythor's flank. The bronze tips scrape the god's side, drawing a thin line of ichor. A mark of the centaur's resolve, and for a moment, just a moment, even the god of battle has his smirk falter. As the minutes pass, the plateau bore the scars of their struggle. Deep gouges marred the earth where Pythor's hammer fell, and cracks spread outward like the veins of a dying beast. Talius moved with the grace of a predator, dodging and striking, always staying just out of reach of the hammer's deadly swing. Once the 10-minute mark came, however, Pythor stepped back. His eyes glimmered gold with something in between respect and irritation. Enough. Games. You have earned my respect, but now I'll show you the real strength of a god. With a roar, Pythor swung his hammer in a devastating arc. The sheer force of the blow struck Talius full in the chest, hurling him backwards a good 30 feet. The centaur's armor buckled, and he crashed into the ground, rolling to a stop in a cloud of dust and debris. Talius groans as he pushes himself upright, blood trickling from his mouth, ribs broken. His legs trembled under the strain, but he did not falter. Instead, he lowered his head, eyes blazing with determination, and with his sudden burst of speed, he charged, as a centaur has never charged before. The ground shook beneath his hooves, his massive frame a blur as he bore down on his target, the god king Pythor. The god plants his feet, and raises his hammer to meet the assault. Talius roars as he thrusts the pike forward with all his might. He screamed the name of his brother, lost to this humble storyteller. And the weapon struck true, its bronze tip slamming into Pythor's chest. But the god's skin was divine, impervious to mortal bronze. And the pike shattered in an explosion of shards, the force of the impact driving Talius to his knees. Pythor stumbled back half a step, his laughter booming once more. Is that all, mortal? Unarmed but undeterred, Talius surged forward, wrapping his powerful arms around Pythor's torso, using every bit of strength in all four legs. The god grunted in surprise as the centaur grappled him, and the two titans locked in a brutal struggle, a wrestling match. Palais. They wrestled across the plateau, their movements tearing the earth apart. Talius used his powerful frame to twist and pin Pythor, his muscles straining as he fought to gain the upper hand. Pythor countered with godly strength, his arms like adamant as he forced Talius into a clinch. You fight well, growls Pythor, but this is folly. Talius snarled a reply, his words echoing as his hooves gouged deep furrows in the dirt. You'll move your war god, even if I have to drag you myself. As they struggled, the storm above reached its peak. A bolt of lightning split the sky, slamming into the ground with a deafening crack, and when the dust cleared, a glowing pike, its haft etched with divine runes, stood embedded in the earth, a gift from another god. Talius broke free of Pythor's grasp and lunged towards the weapon. Pythor wiped the dirt from his face, glanced at the heavens with a scowl. Really? Are you helping him now? Hammer. Talius seized the divine pike, its power coursing through him like wildfire. He turned back to Pythor, grip firm, resolve unshaken, as the hammer returns to the God King's hand. Though bloodied and battered, Talius refused to fall. For over an hour, the god and the centaur battle in a dance of strength and endurance, the earth trembling beneath their struggle. But the toll on Talius is evident. His breathing grew labored, his movements grew sluggish, and Pythor, sensing the end, lifted his hammer and channeled his divine spark into one final blow. The air grew heavy with the god's wrath as the hammer glowed faintly, a halo of radiant energy building around its head. Pythor's voice was low, almost reverent, and tinged with respect. This is it, centaur. I end this now. Not out of hatred, but because you have earned it. The hammer fell with the weight of a god's might behind it. The air itself seemed to scream as the blow struck poor Talius, hurling him to the ground. The plateau quaked and cracked, and silence fell as the storm began to fade. The centaur's armor was rent, his body broken and bleeding, but still he moved. His hand clutched the divine pike, and slowly, painfully, he pushed himself to his knees. His gaze met Pythor's, defiant to the last. Pythor approached as the glow of divinity fades from the hammer, and kneels beside Talius, resting a hand on the centaur's shoulder. His voice is solemn as he says, "He who strikes and endures. That is the meaning of the name I now give you. Baenor, rise, and let the steppes remember you not as a challenger, but as a champion." With that, Pythor turned and strode away, his army retreating to the south. The plateau, scarred by the battle, stood witness to the day a mortal earned the respect of a god. And though the loss of the tactical placement of troops afforded by the northern steppes dealt a mighty blow to the Metrosian armies, Pythor was true to his word, even when the Third Aresian conflicts were lost because of it. Our camera turns and focuses back to the butchers of Baenor's tribe. Which of you lovely individuals would like to give the week in review?
Damn.
Yeah.
Hold on, just absorbing everything there. Oh.
Man, he's so honorable. Like, he lost an entire, like, conflict and war for that. Like, that's, I feel like that's pretty honorable. I don't know if I would do that. I mean, I know him as his piety, so I'm supposed to, but, like, I don't know if I would. Lose a whole war for that? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's pretty...
That's
That's a lot of lives
intense.
That's a
lost.
lot to take
That's
in.
a lot of lives
Jeez.
lost for
Well,
just one thing. That's pretty honorable.
You open your eyes as you finish reliving this telling. Eritrea, Ozias, Guile, Brontes Astartes, and Dynamis. As this and the intros to every other episode flash before your eyes, a final gift from Versi the Oracle.
I haven't done the recap in a while. I guess I can do it. So we had received our various different prophecies, our various different visions from Versi, and we took some time basically to kind of process it. We had our evening meal together. There was a lot of conversation that occurred about, you know, what the frick is Guile doing here when he didn't have magic until just now, and Tanias, how he was whether this made sense that he was included as a member of this, and all of that, of course, mounted with Dynamis and Eritrea talking very openly as to why Brontes and Ozias were avoiding talking to each other after everything that had happened previously. But a lot of conversation was had. Tensions were relieved as such, as we all sort of kind of briefly talked about all these things that we had just received, the battle and the prophecies. And we all gradually made our way to rest. Ozias and Guile having a moment, trying to just kind of commune with the elements for a little bit, which our efforts eventually led to the appearance the next morning of this pygmy fire elemental pig sort of creature, which none of us really knew exactly what that was, but it was just sort of there. It said, "Thank you, I will remember this, and I owe you." And then he left. We continued on the road, making our way towards Astoria, seeing that as being sort of like a strategic center point for all of our upcoming tasks. On top of that, there were concerns, especially considering the Burning Sting letters saying that there was the Manticore King was to meet outside of Astoria, along with, hey, what do you know, a guy named Banor. But while on the way, we were confronted by a scouting hunting party of centaurs who told us to either fight or to run. We chose to fight, and proceeded to destroy them despite being outnumbered through a wide variety of different things, not the least of which is the super speed of Kyra helping us maneuver around this battlefield. We were able to defeat all of them. One of them tried to run. However, we were able to catch him and forced him to surrender, which is basically where we kind of pick things up, is having just forced him to surrender, and we are now surrounded by these dead centaurs. I believe that covered everything.
Covers everything in my book.
Yeah. I think so too.
Oh, and we leveled up, but that wasn't something that was like explicitly stated out loud. But it's something we're all happy about.
Oh yeah.
Very, very important thing in our book. As an additional side note, we are still south of Astoria on the way there from Versi's temple. There should not be centaurs this far south. Definitely not a hunting party who's out hunting settlers, which pissed Ozias off considerably. Ozias and Eritrea off considerably. Pretty sure it just pissed everyone off that there were centaurs hunting people.
You're muted.
Good job. Yep, I saw. Good job. Great catch up for that. Through the super speed of Kyra, you were able to defeat the centaur band, and capture one. As you capture him, he looks at you and he says, "Very well. I accept your surrender. Come with me, and I will treat you fairly as prisoners.
He's joking, right?
You're aware I can kill you by just touching you, right? Or are you the bard of the group?
He's funny.
He spits. Bards are useless.
So are cowards. Be gracious, we are giving you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Do you swear by the honor of your fallen comrades to cooperate with us?
I am prisoner.
Do you swear by the honor of your fallen comrades to cooperate us? In return, we will return you to your tribe, unspoiled and unharmed by any of us.
Fine. Yes.
What is your name?
Clothis.
Clothis. I'm Ozias Mithril of the Heroes of the Heartlands and the Sentinel of Historia.
I thought your uniform looked familiar.
Should. Now, an important question for you. For your fallen comrades, do the northern steppes follow the tradition of burial or cremation?
We cremate our dead.
Very well. We will give you the opportunity to take whatever personal effects you need to be able to return to their tribesmen.
He
And we will
eyes you
follow-
cautiously, and you hear the sound of insight dice being rolled. Are you being honest?
I'm being honest. I will
It's
give him the
Ozias.
opportunity.
Roll a persuasion or deception check, your choice.
That is going to be a persuasion. 16.
I have this handy dandy click a token and roll a skill button that I love so much. Here we go. He believes you. He says, our pikes are passed down.
We will bundle them up. They will remain tied until they return with you to your tribe. Is this agreeable?
He throws his weapon down.
Excellent.
He throws his pike down. He throws his longbow, which was sort of thrown over his shoulders. He throws that to the ground in front of you. And then you see he reaches towards his belt and he pulls out a long, curved Sika dagger that was concealed.
Oh,
And he throws that down as well.
I'll put my
with your
weapon
passive
up.
perceptions, none of you saw it.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna say I had a pretty
now
high
that he
perception
did, you
check.
can see that each of them have a Sika.
Ooh. Noted for next time, because I had a pretty high passive perception thanks to Brontes too.
Yeah, I had a 24.
It's 25.
Oh,
I think Eritrea had 25.
They're
You
very
get a
good
plus
too.
10 bonus to it.
That's crazy. Oh, wow.
I look at it. I look back at him. It's like, I appreciate that. You probably could have gotten away without revealing that.
Honor and glory. And when he says that, the thunder rumbles. And it rumbles loud.
Wasn't me.
And when you look up, you hear a voice say, Kyra. And Kyra looks at you guys and she says, not fast enough. Oh man, my formula busted. Oh man. And a
Sidon
bolt
is
of
typing.
lightning. Yeah, a bolt of lightning flashes and hits, probably. Rolls a 33 to hit Kyra, dealing 118
Shit.
lightning 115 thunder, 74 fire, and 73 radiant damage to the interloper.
Shit.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Don't suppose I could jump in front of that, huh?
No.
You would die.
uh,
I have a mulligan.
and Kyra is no more. There is a sandal and a book, and nothing left. A smoking sandal and book.
I grab both of those.
The centaur jumps maybe 10 feet in the air when that happens.
You're saying something because he was standing still.
We go to Astoria.
She should be back. There is a Temple of the Five there in the Astoria.
We go to Astoria.
Oh shit,
The
Dynamis.
thunder
Dynamis.
rolls and you hear the word interloper. And then the clouds part and you see the sun shining down once again. The centaur looked to you and says, "Father did not like that your friend cheated."
No. I imagine not. Oaths are oaths.
The surrounding brush catches fire from this, but I imagine that you guys put it out
It'd
relatively.
be pretty easy for between the sorcerer, the earth elementalist, and the rest of us. We should probably put that out real quick.
Before Dynamis tears down the countryside, I'm gonna hurry and do what we need to do, because I feel like Dynamis is gonna destroy the countryside if we don't get to Astoria fast enough, and I might help him in the
Eritrea,
process.
please explain how it works to Dynamis while we make a quick funeral fire.
Yeah, as we're picking up bodies, I imagine Dynamis is like throwing them like aggressively extra hard, and it's like it's okay. She's gonna come back. The gods, whenever they die, they come back. I think Osiah says, and then in the temple in Astoria, we should see her again. Should.
Think, guys, he has multi-attack.
But so she's just waiting for us in Astoria. It's like a head start. She's gonna meet us there.
How does the centaur look?
The one that you guys capture, he is full health.
No. Like, is he like smiling?
No, he looks terrified.
Okay.
He almost got shot by lightning. He was right
yeah,
there.
Yeah. Keep in mind, like, even if you worship the Titans, like, the
Friendly
Titans rule
fire.
through fear.
Yeah. They also don't care about friendly fire.
Yeah, they're not necessarily benevolent. They ruled through
No.
fear.
I
That's
know.
what
They rule
I'm
through fear.
I'm Titan, so I
Yeah.
get it.
But yeah, we take time. We acquire the pikes. We tie them up. In that bundle, I hand it back to Clothis so that he can carry them.
Slings him over his shoulder as non-threateningly as he can. I mean, the guy stands a good 8-9 foot
he's
tall.
tall. He's tall.
Centaurs are big.
He's tall. He's the size category up.
Yeah. I mean, they're as tall as a mounted rider, you know? If they were mounting, like, a Clydesdale.
What time of day is it?
I
By the time we
believe
finish
that
doing
it's
all
like,
this?
I would say it is about 4, 5 o'clock.
Okay, so we got like 4 hours until sunset, because sunset's about 8 p.m. ish.
Yeah, around 7 or 8, yeah.
7 or 8. Okay. Brontes, can you make sure you keep Schnuckelfeather far away from our centaur companion for the time being?
Yeah, I was already thinking just about that.
The griffin, if you recall, griffins they will hunt centaurs typically in the wild. If you can, maybe try and explain to her that he's not food.
Griffins like horses, not centaurs.
Oh, okay. I thought centaurs were in the same category there for them.
That's inherently
Well,
racist.
to a
Ozias.
griffin, it's the same category.
Ozias.
Okay, we found something new about him.
What do you
Your
just grab your
settler is
hands?
showing.
You just see Schnuckelfeather pocket one of the Sika daggers.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Are their bows anything special, or are they just regular bows?
They're large size, so they deal a dice size of damage up. If you're not a large creature, you have disadvantage on the attack. Um, and if your strength is above an 18, whenever you hit somebody with a centaur longbow, they're knocked back. Or,
Pretty good for you.
yeah,
I would grab one as a trophy.
go for it. Just put it down as a centaur longbow, and I will. Oh yeah, the other thing is it can be used with strength and not dex.
That's
Mm.
really good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Frick, I could use that.
And like you grab it and you like sort of stretch at it. You would be at disadvantage. You can't be large.
Yeah, I know. It's
Um,
just, it was a strength.
He has a thing because of his
Yeah,
race.
yeah,
It
yeah,
counts
yeah,
as
yeah.
a
No, no,
large.
no, no, no. Yeah, yeah. All right.
And my strength is over 18.
Yeah. Um, these centaurs are really strong. You figure if it wasn't for what ended up being the sacrifice of Kyra, that would have been a much harder fight.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'll see if I can drag Snookle Feather away from the centaur.
Yeah,
Just
if you can,
yeah,
just so that instinct, just so that the instinct doesn't take over.
yeah. I'll just see if I can move him over.
As he walks by, Schnuckelfetter rifles through and he hands you a book and a sandal, Brontez.
Oh no. It's just Bronze sort of like takes the look at the book
Look
and
at
the
that
sound
face.
bites.
It's
How
so
could you
cute.
not? How could you not trust that face? Why would you ever think that face would steal from you?
Oh no. Uh, Dynamis. Uh, I believe. I believe these two belongings you were holding on to.
Oh no! I just realized Schnuckelfetter's female. Do females tempt mates by giving them gifts?
I never thought about that.
We hear a rage from Vercy's temple.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, but Brontez, this is Kyra's private book of songs.
Oh.
Because on the front cover it says Kyra's private book of songs.
Do not
Oh.
read.
It doesn't say do not read, it says real bards only.
Oh man, that's tempting. That's honestly very tempting. Uh, I'm gonna peek through the first couple of pages. I'm opening it up.
Oh.
It's gonna be a joke. Watch, it's gonna be a joke.
Immediately starts
Bra-
playing real bards.
Yeah.
Now's
Giant
a good
worms
time to
comes
plug
out.
our Discord if you want to hear what is in this book, as Brontez sees it and is compelled to start singing it. Ah, you should join our Discord because I'm about to put it there. It's sin.
Brontes, we have the opportunity to do something amazing. He pulls out a quill. Find an empty page.
Oh. Oh man, he begins to think
Please,
for a
for the love of
second.
God, do this.
He was like thinking for himself. He said, "You know what? I think Kyra herself would approve. She saw my own books, and I will take out the quill.
Take out the quill.
Take out the quill. I begin to write stuff in it.
What do you write?
Uh, I'm gonna start. Go ahead. I'm gonna see if I can start writing some new verses. And I'm just gonna take a look at all the verses that she has sort of been planting, and I'm just gonna see if I can like sort of like jazz it up. And it says, I'm gonna write a little note. That says, I think there's just a pretty good song, Kyra, but I think you should improve here and here and here. And I'm gonna just make the same copy, but make edits to it.
Let me send the lyrics to this song just in case you guys can't listen to it immediately. I don't know if you could play it over the stream or if that'd be too hard or what.
I could get a snippet of it, really. But
yeah, it's just a 2-minute song. There you go.
So, Bartes, I need a page that's close to filled in, but a little farther away. It's blank, and it's time for time for me to prank a god.
What are you thinking? I go out and throw my book.
Giant penis.
Giant. Oh my god.
She's
When,
going.
when you say that, Guile, you fall forward. There's a large weight in your pants.
Oh,
Well, that backfired wonderfully.
Oh, can I give myself wings now?
Um,
Thank you,
Guile,
but
you,
back.
you feel strange. You look down, and you are wearing an incredibly large prosthetic lead manhood.
Oh my god.
Oh, thank you. Back to normal, please.
I mean, you could take off the prosthetic, but you're just wearing it.
Huh. It's a fashion statement for
It's
the
like
moment.
underpants, I guess.
Made of lead. That's very bad, dude.
Yeah, he'll unstap that and proceed to
Hits the ground with a thunk.
ugh. Do not envy some people. And he's gonna do it anyways. He's gonna sign it, Love Guile.
Yeah.
how did you do that?
I just said it out loud, close to the book.
I stand close to the book. Have Kyra back.
A low, slow, sad whistle echoes on the wind.
She'll be in Astoria. It's okay.
Yourself.
The sooner we get to Astoria, the sooner we can find her.
Don't worry. We should be in a few days there. We can definitely reach there.
Or we'll get lucky. Maybe she'll already be at her brother's since she's way faster than us.
Possibly.
I mean,
If we don't bring her back, I'm turning this fucker into glue.
Dynamis, I promised him safety.
Pick a different one. It's okay.
I know you're angry, I know you're frustrated. I am too, but we will see her at Astoria. She will be there. There's a Temple of the Five.
Clothis walks up to you, Ozias,
Mm-hmm.
and he hands you a bloodstone worth 10 gold pieces. And he looks and waits.
Do I know anything about this? Like bloodstones within centaur culture? Stupid old.
Favorite enemy. Can I make a check?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
I hate these people.
I hate these people. That's why I researched them. Definitely.
Gotta know your enemy to kill him. It's in the art of war. What kind of check would that be? A history check?
Yeah. Go with a history check at advantage.
Okay. Not good. I don't think I do have guidance. Hold on.
You might have skipped that day with a 12.
Yeah, it's not good.
Let's see here.
I asked the bloodstone.
You take it?
He hands it to me, right?
Yeah. And he just stares at you, waiting.
In Sylvan, because centaurs use the language Sylvan, correct? Oh, all right.
I think you're about to find out.
I ask in Sylvan. I'm not familiar with this. Is this a tradition?
In Sylvan, he answers you, and he says, "You settled, been here for 500 years, still don't understand guest friendship. Give me my food."
Of course. Apologies. We need to make some food. if we can.
Do you like bacon?
He looks at the piglet of legend.
Not that
Not
one.
that one.
We have other bacon. Legendary bacon.
We want to give him food after everything he just did to us.
He has invoked guest friendship. He has given us
You
a
got
gift.
to. Or the
As
harpies damn us
such,
to terrible places and things.
Ah, great.
he will be in return. He will be a good guest, and in return, we will provide him what he needs.
Of course, invoking the right. What did I expect?
In
All right.
fairness, we could do it to him too if we had done it first. The same rules would apply. Or harpies damn us on terrible places.
Ron just throws his hands up to the air. Fine.
He eats the food to gain the protection of guest friendship, and then he looks defiantly at Dynamis after he eats the bacon. So where are we headed?
Can't hear you.
He asked where we're headed.
Where are we headed?
No, other person.
Oh,
In Sylvan, I look back at him and I go, enjoy that because that could be your last meal.
but not from you. And he turns his back on you and finishes his meal.
I'm gonna go throw a tree or something.
I'm gonna go make sure he aims the tree that way.
Eritrea, why don't you stay here
Yep,
just
I'm
in
up.
case? I'll go with Theos.
Oh, I'm okay. Usually I'm on a. Okay,
He's,
cool.
he's my Theos. I should maybe take an advantage of this opportunity.
Oh, this is the family thing. Okay, got it.
I'm still getting used to this.
Got it. Okay. Lothus, do you know how to play dice?
He pulls out a set of knuckle bones.
I start playing dice. I got nothing else to do.
You don't question where they come from.
I don't. I don't even want to ask.
So, all right. While that's going on, we're doing a thing. You guys. Ozias wanders off with Dynamis to go converse with his new uncle. While
They go to
you guys are
converse.
doing whatever.
Until Brian gets back, you guys are going through burial rites, playing knuckle bones and waiting. I imagine you're going to want to take a short rest before you gather your things
Absolutely.
and head out, finishing lunch. A reverent lunch, I hope. And time passes by. After that role play, those two return, hopefully both in all their pieces.
Probably.
The piglet of legend in tow. Is there anything anyone wants to say before then?
I'm gonna make Neri watch us play Knucklebones, and I'm gonna give her tips on how to play and whatnot. I'm supposed to be teaching her, so I'm teaching her
Begins
BS.
to ask. He says, I don't know who your skinny little friend was that could run like the wind, that invoked Father's wrath. But I wonder what happens when a god breaks an oath. Do they come back?
I don't know, but then I look to Dynamis way off. I hope so.
I always found it curious that your 5 gods only count 4.
Yeah,
Perhaps that one broke an oath as well. Are they now the 3 gods?
from the stories, I think it's because Mitros sacrificed herself to save the city, but I don't know. This is all new to me too.
Yes, my father told that story a very different way.
What's the version of how you heard it? I'm unfamiliar with this area.
Glorious, bloody defeat of the invaders from the sea.
Was that during the war with the dragons and whatnot? Or was that prior to that?
Yes. Okay.
Everyone's being distracted by that.
It's good jam.
We're still waiting on Dynamis. I'll just keep talking to him. So, Baynor, he fought Pythor, huh?
Yes. Twice.
It's pretty cool.
And now he has united the northern and central steppes and brought them to Historia. You know, he is going to execute 13 of your prisoners for what you have done to our family.
I imagine it's to get a life for life.
Yes.
Yeah, everything has a cost.
It's all good. Are you all set now, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. They were just sort of filling the air while you and Ozias, well, Ozias went off to go talk to you as you went to go engage in the new hobby of arborism.
Theos Dynamis, are you all right?
Does it look like I'm all right?
No, that's why I'm asking. I'm giving you an opportunity to say no, and then we can skip this conversation. But you didn't take that, so do you wish to discuss it while you hurl trees? Shit.
Is that the state of Texas on his bicep? I'm sorry.
Actually, is it? It's something resembling to Texius. It's Texius.
Oh
It's
yes.
a city-state on the
Yeah.
one of the unknown island.
An unknown island where they worship the great Texaquatl.
Well, this just goes back to what I always say, because I always feel like I always see Dynamis' character art, and I always think it's like he looks like a version of Chuck Norris, especially with the headband.
Well, I have to say, I always kind of took it for granted, and I never really looked at the detail that she put into those tattoos. Man, that is a labor of love.
Anyway,
But continue your role play. I'm sorry, I was distracted by your rippling biceps.
That's okay.
And then Peter, he turns back to Neri and says, "But you know who else has some rippling biceps? It's me. Hey, ripple, ripple. You know what I mean?"
I missed throwing one at his head.
Dynamis, I understand that violence can be a way to get out aggression and frustration, but perhaps conversation. Maybe if you say what's bothering you.
I look back at the charred spot on the ground where lightning struck. Is it not obvious?
And we will see her in Astoria. The five gods do not die easily. She will
Except
be
for Mitros.
revived. You're not in this conversation. We will find her in Astoria. But losing our cool and destroying half the forest by throwing the other half.
Not even nearly half.
May I ask you a question?
What?
Do you, well, Are you in love with Kyra?
I don't know. I've never felt like this for anyone.
Can you maybe tell me what you're feeling?
Um,
The book starts writing itself.
I've, I've, I've always been strong. I've always been the strongest person I know.
Mhm.
I put around her, I feel like I have to treat everything even more delicately. I want to treat everything more delicately. I don't feel weak, but I feel lighter. I feel as if I'm lifted up without being raised up by anything or having anyone try to lift me. I feel warm, like a good blanket.
Does it scare you?
No, I wouldn't say scare. But I don't ever want to lose that feeling. I don't want to not know how that. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's
No, I understand. I ask. Okay, tell no one about this. From from uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle.
huh? Like, okay, what?
You you did pick up that I'm your nephew, right?
I have a brother.
Sort of. Versus your cousin. You are in essence sort of my uncle once removed. I think that's how it's worked. But look, I just it's I asked partially because I don't know. I think I might be in the same situation with someone. Like I have that same sort of sensation, and I asked if it scared you because it scares me a little bit, and I'm not sure entirely how to really react to it appropriately.
It, I have a very different way of approaching most things. As you can tell, I don't stride away from danger or really anything. I will go head first into the deep water every time, and I just feel like even in this situation, this feeling, if I run from it, why? It's unless it kills me, there's nothing to fear. So lean into it. That's how
I'm
I
more
feel
worried
about it.
about I'm more worried about hurting her.
Are you going to do anything to hurt her?
I I literally reach over, pick touch a nearby bush, which then turns to gold and then turns to dust. Remember?
Have you put on gloves?
I have before, but that's still. Look, I'm just. I
It, if gloves work, I mean, there's no reason why you can't.
but just a casual touch can kill someone. That's really. And on top of that, it's a very complicated situation. I feel like sometimes, but I don't even know if this is necessarily love. That's why I was hoping I could get some insight through you. You seemed, well, quite frankly, from the outside, it looked as if you are in love with Kyra. That is why I ask.
I mean, if this is love, then I'm all for it. And I don't feel for anybody like like this. And I care about all of you. I I will throw myself in front of anything for all of you. But I mean, no offense, you don't make me feel as if I'm covered with a warm blanket, and I know it's weird. It feels like there's berries in my stomach. I, I I don't know how to.
Hmm.
When she's
Well,
around, it feels like the sun, no matter where we are, shines only on me, and I like that. And if you have that feeling, or I can take a wild guess. Um, just find a way to tell her, or just show her. It doesn't have to be touch. I I mean, you can touch Snuckle Feather,
I think that's a rare exception, but
but it's
that is a
something.
point. It's a rare exception.
So maybe it's not entirely a curse. Maybe you can find something that allows you to. I mean, don't make gloves out of Snuckle Feather, but
Oh no, I have no intention. I would
Sorry.
I would not do that to Schnuckelfeather. Um, in that case, maybe I will. Can I get an opinion then, real quick, before we return to everyone else? Just an opinion. Because I've been thinking of this as a gift. Reaches into his backpack and he pulls out that solid diamond hairpin that he had made from that 300 gold worth diamond. Again, show this to tell no one about this. But I found a diamond amongst some of the treasure from the bandit camp. I shaped it, reformed it into this, and it looks like not like a typical hairpin, almost like that sort of Asian hairpins where it's the long needle, almost. It's meant to go through like a hair bun.
Next. Oh,
Um, what?
I said meant to. You said meant to go through, and I said, "Oh, next."
No. Well, in the case of if there you need to defend yourself. But it's this long, almost like needle, like solid diamond thing with this flower that kind of blooms as the actual ornamental part. I just felt really compelled to make something, and I don't know. Everything I'm feeling is still very new, and it's
lean,
shocking.
lean
But
into it.
do you think this would be a good gift?
I mean, it's kind of a small dagger, but she'll like it.
It's a hairpin, not a dagger.
it. Oh,
It goes through the hair to hold the whole thing together.
I mean, I look over. Like, I don't know if she's so much a hairpin girl as much as You know, it's great. It's
Hmm?
great.
Oh, it's not Neri. No. It's not Neri.
No, I didn't look at Neri.
This wouldn't go in Schnuckelfeather.
What? No.
You know that Guile's a man, right?
Are you trying to go through the list of all the people that you think that I think it
Well,
is?
you looked over there, like who do you thinking I'm looking at? Who are you looking at?
Oh.
Peter, right?
Peter doesn't have hair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about putting it through his neck.
Oh.
No. She will like your pretty dagger for her hair.
All right. Then we both have a reason to get to Astoria even more so.
Would
Put
it
back
upset
in
you
my
if she
bag.
killed somebody with it?
I hope it wouldn't be in that situation where she would need to kill someone with it.
You never know.
I mean, should I sharpen the point then?
Yes.
All right. Do you feel better?
Uh. Yeah.
Then we go on to Astoria.
It's gonna be
Where?
a long walk.
Yes. And we will figure out how to handle with Clothis. I know you're angry with him, but at some point, the problems between the settlers and the natives have to be solved peacefully. Because bloodshed is only going to beget more bloodshed. There's a point where bleeding has to stop. I think this can be a start. Without further ado,
Everyone gets inspiration. Brian, you get two. Um, great roleplay, guy. You make your way back over, and as you do, Clothis, as he's playing knucklebones with Eritrea, goes, "Oh, good, your friends are here. Perhaps they could settle the tie. Do you think they're going to start going by the three gods now? Or do you think, or what do you think happens to Oathbreaker gods?"
I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean, Oathbreaker gods?
We were just discussing what happens to gods that break oath.
They would be cursed and they would be dealt with by the Furies. Not even the gods can defy the Furies.
Interesting.
How much was the bet for? Because I feel like he would win at that point.
It's for your set. It was for your set of dice because he doesn't have any money. All he has is his dice and his and the weapons that you
Okay.
guys took.
I would have lost that bet.
He takes your dice.
And I'll get another
Right.
pair. It's fine.
We will continue on to Astoria.
These are good. I mean, Procyon? No, wait. And he starts analyzing. He goes, "No, these are from further east. You have Arisian dice.
I do, actually.
I have
Yeah.
Arisian dice."
Yep. Those were hard to get, so take care of those.
Oh, I will.
You don't know how many times I had to break into that city to get that dice. You know they
Let's
don't
put
allow
him down
people.
on the next game. He likes gambling.
Okay, I'll gamble with them. That's what I mean. That's what I did after the arena fights. We just go to a bar and gamble.
Yep.
He
Pretty
seems
much
to be
what I
having a
did.
fine time at this point.
Yeah, I'll keep talking to him. Every now and then I'll throw in conversation to see more about
Is that a
centaurs
wineskin
and
you
stuff.
have there?
Huh?
Is that a wineskin you have there?
I do. I pass it to him.
We'll drink.
Okay.
He seems like he's like at a party. He seems to be having a blast right now.
He's under the protection of guest friendship. Why wouldn't
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty cool right now. I can't kill him. He can't kill me. Be a bad day for him if he tried, but I don't want to fight the Furies right now, so I'm pretty okay.
And
I'll
he's
fight him.
unarmed, other than dice. That would be a sad end to your character.
Yeah.
All right, are
But-
we ready to continue?
You continue, and you want to travel for the last about 3.5 hours of this day.
Yeah, make I guess what progress we can.
Who's leading the way?
I still have that little like beacon, right? That's
Mhm.
pulling me towards.
Yep. And discussing over the travels, you were discussing that with Ozias, and he was telling you that it's not pointing directly at Astoria. It's pointing north of Astoria. Like that difference, right? Like the difference between true north and magnetic north on a real compass.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Oh,
can you
okay.
tell your waypoint
Like
goes
12
past that
degrees
spot?
off or whatever. I think it's 12 for magnetic or something like that.
It'll bring us close enough to Astoria where we can just make a quick.
At least at this point it will. Later on, if you follow it all the way, definitely. But I mean, there's
Yeah.
also a road. So you guys are looking for an 8. But go ahead and make your survival check then, Dynamis.
Guidance.
The new rules for exhaustion, because I have 2 points of exhaustion. It's.
I don't particularly know those yet because I haven't looked too much at the new setting too terribly much. So we'll still be using the old rules.
Okay.
Where 1 point is disadvantage on skill checks, 2 points is speed halved.
Okay. All right. So guidance is on. And this is survival.
Mm-hmm. Well then, that's a lot more than 8. You travel, and over the course of this time, you're able to locate what would be an incredible campsite for the night for your group. Let me move you to the camp map. What? Here we go. Let me make sure that this camp map isn't, I don't know, populated with people from campaign past. What's that? Oh, let's get rid of that. What's this? Oh, well, I found what I did with that token I was looking. Anyways. Blam!
Ooh.
And of course, everybody else is gone. Let me grab everybody else. 1 second.
It's just Clothis. He runs ahead in the middle of the day, and we should catch up to him, and he's just had this whole camp set up for us.
Now that's a true guest right there.
There we go. That's one of everybody except Kyra. There we go. There's your camp.
Excellent.
Oh.
By the way, I have to incorporate this, but look at that hotnet. I love the
Such a freaking
outside
good
circles.
border. Yeah. That's very like alchemist potion maker. It's very fitting
Yeah.
for Tanias.
All right. But you guys have set up your camp. It is an excellent camp. What is everyone's goal in this camp for the night? Is anyone doing sort of any activities, any scribing or writing, or trying to cook a good meal? Any sort of camp activities, or are we just sort of praying that everything goes right.
For me, I'll go for Brontez. I think he will actually just go ahead, and what I would like for him to do is that I would like for him to actually just go out and probably just further out to the campsite for a little bit, and I want him to like sort of like just sit on a log for a little bit and just like begin to chronicle like the rest of the journey he's been going on so far, just to catch up.
You hear a voice start to sing about going down, down, down to the river.
Man, Baldur's Gate's amazing. He like looks all like does he when he hears his voice, right? Is he like sort of like whispering to him, or is it just like sort of like kind of ominous?
It's very ominous,
Okay, I
but
sort of like
beautiful in its haunting melody.
ooh, it's like someone's nearby. Brontez is actually going to stand up, and he is going to say, "Wow, that's an abusing voice," and he is going to like sort of trail off. Who could be around here this night?
You go by yourself.
Okay.
He goes by himself.
Can I do a perception check?
Yeah, go ahead and see if you see him going off by himself.
Only because I want to keep everybody together. I don't want anyone
Yeah.
else to.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely see Brontez go down by himself, not too far, and then he sort of looks around, stands up, and starts to wander into the woods.
I will follow him.
Do you let him know he's being followed? Trying to sneak on him.
I'm not sneaky.
You see Dynamis following closely behind you.
I says, "Oh, Dynamis, hey, do you hear that beautiful voice?"
No. But why don't we stay closer to the camp? I don't want anyone wandering off, and we already lost too much today.
Or if like look around, and it's like, but someone's nearby though. Can't you hear it?
I don't hear anything.
Well, you can't hear anything. Don't tell me you don't hear that beautiful soliloquy being sung. Huh. If you don't hear it, then there must be something strange happening.
It's probably best not to wander off then.
Alright. Although I really wish I knew who that was, if it was any. And he'll start like trailing back to the campsite.
Yeah, easy enough.
I immediately look around for Guile.
Good bed.
What's
It was
Guile
Guile
up
the
to?
whole time.
Gaia is set down, leaning against a tree, has his journal open, and he is furiously just like you can see like he started writing, but it's just like his attention is drawn to the centaur, and he's just kind of awkwardly just staring.
It's awkward whenever you or Brontez or yeah, I think it's just you two. Anytime you guys go to write anything today, it's the worst case of writer's block you've ever had.
You have no inspiration because she's dead.
But no, that's what he's doing.
Okay.
He's studying the centaur with this just sheer look of awe and amazement.
The centaur has knelt down on all four of Horsey legs, and you see as he is just sort of whittling at a piece of wood with a sika. Because you said you gave him his back, right? Or did you keep his sikas?
He's bound by guest friendship, so if he had requested it back, I don't think Ozias would have objected.
He wouldn't have asked for it back, but I'm sorry. I thought you said you gave him all the weapons back.
He said that the pikes are passed down, that
Yeah.
those are mementos
Yeah.
those are familial.
In that case, like a kitchen
Yeah.
knife or something. But he'll be just sort of whittling on a stick. It looks like if he's trying to make some sort of instrument. Um, but he's paying more attention to the strange bald human who is in the bushes, shaking. Um, it's Peter. And he's walking around very awkwardly. He seems front heavy. And the centaur just looks so confused.
Clothis, are you alright? You look very confused.
You front balls are just so weird
Hmm?
and different.
Oh, him. Ignore him. He does stuff like this.
I was warned through the years about how to deal with the softfoots and the different settlers, but your ways are so foreign to me. I never
Imagine
understood what it was that attracted my sister to abandon her tribe, people, her way of life, and bring shame to all of us.
your sister left the tribe for the settlers.
Yes, yes,
Did she give any reason as to why?
no.
May I ask her name?
I have sworn an oath never to speak of her name again.
Could you write it in the sand?
I was gonna say I hand him a quill and a piece of paper.
No.
Worth a shot.
She wanted to attend your academy at Mitros.
Hmm. I see. She just wished to know more of the settlers. I assume you are from the northern steppes, correct?
I am from the western steppes.
Western steppes. Apologies. I had heard that an army great host had come from the northern steppes to Astoria's doorstep.
Yes, Baynor the Uniter has appeared.
But you said he has united the north and the middle. He has yet to bring the southern steppes together.
Not in their entirety.
Hmm.
But
Do you
he
know?
and his personal guard have appeared on your doorstep and rests on the banks of the river Arcalon.
Do you know for what reason Benor has come to Astoria's doorstep?
To raze it to the ground. We have
Astoria.
brought an army at the behest of Father.
I hand Ozias a drink from the wineskin.
You happen to run into a scouting party of barely a dozen.
Hmm.
A drop of water in the ocean of hooves.
Even if an army has appeared at the doorstep of Astoria, no army of any size can challenge Pythor.
He just sort of smiles and he goes, the God King is a very formidable warrior.
Yes. Practically invincible.
Will you call it the two gods after the I want?
You think Pythor would be defeated?
I think he has already been defeated.
Pythor cannot fall in battle. You cannot. To view war against Pythor is to give
That
him
is
greater power.
absolutely correct, and I do not disagree with you. Short of perhaps Father himself, none could best your god in battle.
So why do you think that Pythor has already been bested?
You want him to break his oath, like Kyra did. Because the only way to remove a god is to get them to break their oath or even the series.
I do not claim to understand what Baenor's plan is. It is far above my station. But he is the only person to fight the God King 3 times and leave.
Hmm.
So I would imagine he might know more about these Pythor than either of us.
Hmm. I find that doubtful.
I wouldn't be too sure on that.
I do not know. I have never seen him, only heard the tales of the Arisian splatters and how he once sacrificed a war to keep his honor.
Yes, I recall hearing the story. And many centaurs were spared because of that.
Funny enough, Ozias, before Versi granted this vision to you all, you've never heard that story. Not once.
Yep, but I'm keeping up a face.
I got you. I'm just throwing that one
No
out there.
worries, no worries. But by removing himself and the war from the steppes, many centaurs were spared.
Mm.
Clothis, my hope, my dream, is that somehow, some way, the natives and the settlers can find a way to cooperate. To coexist without the need for constant violence.
Ah, that is very, very lofty goal. But we
Yes,
will always accept your unconditional surrender.
Clothis,
That's cute.
you know that even then that there will still be blood spilled. This is not about
Probably.
surrender. This is about two peoples being able to find peace with each other. Which is what I would wish for you to communicate to Banor. When you return with your pikes, with the pikes of your other tribesmen, there does not need to be bloodshed. There can be peace. It will be hard and it will be difficult. But I believe it can be done. That is the hope, and I kind of glance around it with everyone to hopefully, just to kind of like unspokenly confirm this. That is the hope of the heroes of the Heartlands.
Mm.
But as you have also seen, we can fight. If need be.
Yes, you are formidable. When you are assisted by the divine.
I feel like we still would have done well.
I like the
Right.
gentry
Oh, what'd you say?
I'll say, Brontez would say, I'd like to gently remind you that one of us took on 15 arrows and deflected it just with her wrist.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. I had always heard about the Amazonians, but boy, I tell you what. I
I
mean,
like how his
it
accent
was
is
okay.
relaxed.
It was okay. I once saw a member of my tribe deflect 16 arrows. Yeah,
Hit racers?
with his balls.
That sounds quite impressive. Perhaps we can resolve
yeah.
future conflicts with ball deflection competitions.
Are you willing to try it? Or are you a
No.
gelding?
Hey, this could be a new sport. You could pioneer this. Go ahead.
I'll throw. I got excellent aim.
He laughs. He's clearly drunk by now.
Yeah, I imagine
Um,
so. If he wasn't drunk, I wouldn't sleep. Probably with an enemy,
Yeah.
with my favorite enemy nearby. But I'm getting him drunk enough to where he can't hit for crap.
Oh, wait, what the fuck are you doing, Kyle?
Don't worry about it.
Sniffing? Sniffing?
No, I think this needs to be RP'd out loud. What the heck?
He smells like sweaty horse and cedar.
Dirt. Mm.
You see Gal go. Kind of walks off.
But is there any sort of other camping activities that's going down?
Oh, by any chance, does anyone hear that voice?
No.
What the voice?
And in fact, you don't even hear it any longer.
Oh, okay. I was sort of
Like-
drifting off into the woods.
Like all true beauty, it was ephemeral.
You should be careful. There are uh, natives who enchant with their voice.
But whatever voice that was absolutely divine. I wish I could meet them.
I take 2 steps back from Brontez just in case.
I would be careful of that. Sometimes what you hear is magical enchantment.
Well, if something is out there with a magical enhancement and singing beautiful songs, then I should suppose we should keep a wide eye tonight.
That is not a bad idea. Perhaps we should take watches in pairs.
Alright. Neri, now I will take first watch then.
If you don't mind, I kind of need to sleep.
Alright, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. So first watch is Eritrea.
Yep.
I still have a point of exhaustion from doing the temple elemental stuff. So whoever, and I'm bad at perception to begin with. So
Then
I
Ice
can
will
pair
take a
up with
watch.
someone. Tanias will? All right, I'll take a
Yes.
watch for Tanias then.
Probably open his character sheet. Is he even any good at perception? I guess we'll
I don't
find
know.
out tonight.
The Iases will take a watch.
Brothers, through the night.
Well, I am technically a settler, so I mean, it's possible. Third watch, Guile and Brontes.
I'll go ahead and I'll take that, the third watch.
Sure.
Well, first watch happened, and hold on. Eritrea, make your perception check.
Alright, and remember we had 5 to this because of Brontez's awesome inspiration.
Right.
Do not worry.
20.
Let's go with
Plus 4 for guidance, so 24.
maybe this one. Nope. It's not what I want. Let's try this one. Sorry.
There we go. That's
There
what
we
the
go.
epic
Oh.
foresight does.
Yeah, but Bardic Inspiration only lasts for 10 minutes to an hour tops. You gave that a long time ago.
Oh, that's just in general. Okay.
I can't remember. It used to be 10 minutes, but you're using an edited Bard, so I don't remember.
I think we checked this last time, and I think his version of it just lasts until it's used.
I think so too.
Well,
Or
we're
it's a
going to say that
lot.
it definitely does not last past short rest because you regain them on short rest,
Okay.
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 or long rests, because then the fuckery will be extreme.
The game is broken at that point.
All Bardic Inspiration all the time. No.
With Ray flexing in the background.
Stretching. Sorry.
We just can't tell the difference when it's you, I guess.
I
Yeah.
know. I am studly.
Stretch, and all I see is just
Don't
rippling muscles.
don't worry, guys. The clock is over there. No, but you settle in for your rest. Where's that roll? It's a 15. That's a good roll. Um, +4 for guidance. You fall asleep. In fact, all of you fall asleep.
Oh, because we don't get woken up.
Even Xiphos, the construct, falls asleep.
Oh,
Because
no.
sometimes things just aren't fair. And everything goes black. When it does, a sudden chill seeps into the air and an unnatural stillness settles over the area. And without warning, a woman's voice, soft and cruel, drifts through the blackness, slicing through the silence. So, your great quest begins. Off to become heroes, are you? Mortals are so very proud.
Uh-oh.
And I would like to take a moment right now to remind you all about that wonderful content warning I mentioned in the beginning. If you're squeamish, if you don't like uncomfortable situations, if you don't think that this is something for you, you just fast forward this on video, go ahead, take your break, go get some pizza, buy us a pizza, get some drinks, go to the bathroom, take a shower, come back in about 30 minutes. Or just fast forward through this if you're watching the recording until I start doing the Zoidberg. I will wave my hands up in the air like I just don't care. But it's about to get dark. Giving you 10 seconds, guys. You too, little yellow dog. Alright, here we go. A sudden chill seeps into the air, and an unnatural stillness settles over the room. Without warning, a woman's voice, soft and cruel, drifts through the blackness, slicing through the silence. So, your great quest begins. Off to become heroes, are you? Are so very proud. A dim light flickers to life, and you see stuff in a young boy tied and staked to a wooden stake. His eyes, wide with terror, dart about the shadows that loom over him, black tendrils weaving and undulating, dancing with a life of their own. And as those tendrils touch this young boy, you see as his form begins to age and wither, first into a strong young man. And sitting before him, you see a most beautiful woman. Her third eye open wide and glaring in your directions as you all are tied and fused into her garden. Plants piercing through and extending your limbs, and you are stuck. Eyes focused on this young man as she says, Look at this one. He's going to be falling to pieces. And the young man continues to age until you see a middle-aged man standing there. He continues. Joints stiff, skin slack, teeth gone. The life is practically dripping out of. Oh, so beautiful. The old man twists and writhes against the unforgivable binds, his muffled cries broken by the sickening sound of something approaching, something unseen but palpably monstrous. The sharp, metallic gleam of a butcher's knife descends from above, and with a brutal final motion, the man screams, and a sound that twists through the room and sears your minds. And the nightmare breaks abruptly as you jolt awake, bathed in a cold sweat, gasping for air, the echoes of that guttural scream still resonating in your ears. Oh, how fragile you all are. Such sweet, tender, succulent souls. How I love to watch how quickly your resolve shatters. It is a gift to witness. But dreams are gifts too, aren't they? Oh, how I revel in it. Sleep's comforts are not without their price, and you'll pay me. Night after night after night, for however long you continue this foolish endeavor, because every night you belong to me. But I'll send you back to the waking world now, until tomorrow, before you come crawling back. But not before a little change of scenery, I think. Something more, stimulating. You feel a whoosh as the world changes. Brontez.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Brontez, you are astride Ogz, the majestic dragon scales gleaming in the sunlight. The air smells of salt and ash, and the Gigan army below moves like a stormy sea. Brontez raises his weapon high, and Ogz roars, unleashing a torrent of fire. Those monsters will die, every one of them, Brontez says. Peace is a lie. There is only power. His voice echoes with the resolve of a warrior determined to protect his people. As the fire engulfs the Gigan women and children, the howls of their pain barely audible over the rush of wind and flame. Victory feels close, finally within reach. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and from the seabed, a massive arm, larger than mountains.
Ooh. Shoista.
Its surface, carved from jagged stone, erupts skyward. Its countless fingers stretch towards the heavens, crackling with the energy of destruction itself. It is unmistakable. Pentamane, the 100-handed, has stirred. Before you can react, one of those colossal arms lashes out with impossible speed. Its shadow engulfs you as its fingers close around the sky, the sun, and the impact sends you hurtling through the air, the breath forced from your lungs as you're torn from Ogz's saddle. Time seems to slow as the hand smashes into Ogz, breaking dragon bones, cracking dragon scales, sending Brontez tumbling through the air. Hovering helplessly, Brontez watches in horror as Ogz, her wings shattered, her cries echoing. And Um, her cry echoing like a mournful dirge, and she plummets towards jagged rocks below. The sound of her body breaking is drowned by the crash of waves, and can she vanishes into the sea's depths. No! Brontes screams, tears from his throat, raw and anguished, and as he hovers, frozen in that grief, a hauntingly familiar yet unfamiliar voice speaks, dripping with scorn and mockery. A man lost to time, once played at being a hero, but now tries to be one for real. Voice circles, elusive and echoing. What have you truly accomplished, Brontes? Your dragon lies broken, your ideals scattered like ashes in the wind, lost to history and forgotten. Your contributions to the world lie in ruin, thanks to the thoughtlessness of mortals. And before you can respond, the scene resets. He is once again astride Ogzi, the air alive with the crackle of fire and the roar of battle. The same battle cry leaves his lips, the same fire consumes the Gigans, the same momentary hope blooms, but the destroyer comes again. That hand crashes down again. Ogzi falls again. Brontez's heart shatters again. The cycle grows faster, more chaotic as each loop warps into the next. Details change. Sometimes Ogzi's scream is louder, sometimes the rocks sharper, sometimes the hand reaches for Brontez himself, dragging him towards the depths where his dragon disappeared. You will never escape this, mortal. The voice whispers, now sweetly mocking. Your destiny is written in the tears of the defeated, in the blood of the betrayed. The loop begins to blur, leaving Brontez unable to discern reality from illusion. The last time you see Ogzi fall, the world grows dark, and you feel Kintamaine's hand closing around you, pulling you into the cold, suffocating embrace of the abyss. You make out one familiar face as she turns to you, Versi, the uninterested, and she turns her back on you.
No.
The voice's laughter is the last sound you hear as the dream fades to black. Guile. There we go, set that scene. You find yourself standing in an opulent throne room. Its marble floors cold beneath your feet, polished to such a sheen that they reflect the twisted distortion of your own face. Old. Great columns rise into darkness, and torches flicker with an unnatural green flame, casting long, writhing shadows. At the far end of the hall, seated on a throne of gold and ivory, looms a man. He is tall, his form is broad and strong. Here we go. Look at that handsome fellow. Yet his face remains obscured in shadow, hidden from you as the very light conspires to withhold the truth. You take a tentative step forward, your voice crackling with hesitation. But you are my father, you plead, your words trembling in the air, and I have grown strong to make you proud. The man doesn't move, his silence heavy, suffocating. Finally, when he stands, his movements are deliberate and slow, and he turns his back to you. His voice cuts through the silence, low and venomous. I've entertained your delusions long enough. You stop in your tracks, and your heart is pounding in your chest, but he continues, each word sharper than a dagger. You want the truth? You have no blood of me, or anyone of merit. Your father was a sailor, and a drunkard at that. Your mother was just a doxy for the night. He got his jollies for her, for less than a loaf of bread. The room tilts, and you hear the concubines start to laugh. You hear the crowd start to laugh, and the ground beneath you feels unstable. You open your mouth to protest, but no sound comes. The man steps down from his throne, his figure towering over you as he advances. His features remain shrouded. The intensity of his presence presses down on you, making it hard to breathe. You're the bastard quib of a two-penny whore, and that's all you'll ever be. The walls begin to shift, the grand marbling melting away to reveal damp, rotting wood. You blink and you realize that you are no longer in a palace, but in the hold of a trireme. The air is thick with the stench of saltwater and decay. Chains rattle in the shadows from around you, and faint ghostly cries echo you. The man's voice follows, disembodied, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Back to the stables with you, boy. Or perhaps the underside of a trireme will be a better home. Around you the shadows coalesce, forming vague shapes, other sailors, ragged and worn, their hollow eyes turn to you, accusing. Bastard. Worthless. You don't belong. You're nothing. No purpose. Their voices rise and overlap, a cacophony of scorn that shakes your very soul. The chains lurch, pulling at your arms, and you realize they are affixed to you. Prison. You struggle, but the more you resist, the tighter they bind, dragging you down to the ship's grimy floor. You taste it, and suddenly you see her, your mother, standing among the shadows, her face pale and drawn and pulled, and she reaches for you. Guile, she says, why did you leave me? Why didn't you stay? If you were here, you could have saved me. Why didn't you save me? And she begins to burn, turning to ashes before your eyes. The chains tighten, the sailors' whispers shift into mocking laughter, and from the darkness a new voice emerges, rich and cruel and royal and commanding. The purr. What are you without them? Not a historian, not a son, not even a man with a name. Her laughter fills the void. But what can fill the void left within your heart? Dynamis. Disappointimus. You stand on an island surrounded by an all-consuming darkness, the air thick with the scent of ash. The ground beneath your feet is cracked and searing hot, sending waves of heat through your body. The great gynosphinx Lextalion stands beside you, its pale, feathered wings spread wide as if bracing against an unseen storm, its eyes sharp and knowing. You lock onto yours. Before you, at the edge of a fiery horizon, there she stands. Versi the First. Her silhouette, engulfed by the searing glow of flames, and her back is turned to you. You reach out to call her name, desperation clinging to your voice, but she doesn't turn. Silence stretches between you, suffocating and complete, and Lextalion's voice, low and rumbling, breaks the silence. Do you not understand? It asks. She does not love you. She never did. You were not chosen, Disappointimus. You were exiled, cast out. This is where you belong, in this age, where all is wrong. A tremor splits the island. You look to the north and see two lovebirds mounted upon Schnuckelfeder, likes him better. Kyra, goddess of music, with Peter, the lover of music. The flames around you roar higher, painting the sky with a furious orange as their lips lock. The screams of your friends echo over the inferno, sharp and panicked. You turn, eyes wide with horror, watching as Guile burns, Eritrea burns, Ozias burns, Brontes burns. One by one, they are devoured by fire, their faces etched with agony as they reach out to you. But the heat keeps you from them. keeps you apart, keeps you afraid. The dark shadow that circles overhead makes you freeze. This monster swoops down, a gargantuan figure with wings as black as night and a smile full of teeth, cruel and knowing. And what follows is a voice that is deep, rich with mockery. You abandoned your family, it booms. You abandoned your duty. You are no slayer. This is why this happened, because of you, because of your failure, because you weren't strong enough to stop me. You waited, and because of you, once I absorb your power, Piglet, nothing will stop me. The flame beneath your feet pulses like a heartbeat, threatening to consume you whole. You look up at the figure, eyes filled with shame and rage, but the shadow leans closer, its grin widening, as the true Slayer, the ultimate power, in the screams of the burning souls of your friends blend with the crackle of the flames. The giant sphinx leans in once more, voice almost a whisper. This, and this alone, is your destiny, is your legacy. Not chosen, not loved, but forgotten, left to face the consequences of what you could not prevent. You waited too long. The dark figure's laughter echoes, loud and defiant, as the islands begin to crumble. The fire spreads, flying over the sea, the flames searing everything it touches. And there, standing alone amidst the conflagration, you realize the truth. You are nothing but the aftermath of a battle never won. A hero who failed before the war even began. Eritrea. You stand in the dark, the air heavy with the stench of decay and refuse from the lower city. The sounds of muffled murmurs and the creak of carts fills the air, accompanied by the guttural cries of captives and the raucous jeers of those who've come to watch. A rough bag is pulled from your head. That work? Could it work? And you gasp, eyes watering as the harsh lights cuts through the gloom. Your hands are bound tightly behind your back, the rough rope biting into your wrists. A ring is snapped into your nostrils, forcing your head to tilt back and your jaw to drop open. You are led forward, stumbling with every step over the filth-strewn cobblestone. The market around you is a twisted spectacle of human misery and greed. The shouts of bidders echo as they scramble to claim their next prize. Your eyes dart over the crowd, searching for any flicker of recognition, but all you see is avarice and cruelty. Now, this one is a real treasure, a voice proclaims, your owner stepping forward, eyeing you with thinly veiled contempt. A fighting monster that claims to have the blood of a god. I swear these dumb cows will say anything. Starting bid is 5 lepta. The jeers of the crowd mingle with the pounding of your heart. You realize with a sickening jolt that you are not alone. All around you, dozens of minotaurs are standing just like you, chained, waiting to die. Their eyes dull with defeat, just like yours, defeated. They are filthy, they are broken beings, their once proud forms now nothing more than pieces of flesh to be bartered and sold. The cruel reality of your fate smashes into you. You are just one of many, a living trophy, a whispered legend whose bloodline has been reduced to a price tag. A pig. The bidding begins, harsh voices shouting higher and higher, pushing your value into the hands of the highest bidder. But it's not gold or silver that pierce you, it's the fear that coils in your gut when you hear the words that follow. You will be bound and tied, sacrificed in the arena to the Titans. Your blood spilled for the entertainment of the gods and the Titans and their obedient followers. All to make way for a real hero to rise. You will face the Lion of Historia. Your vision goes dark as the memory flashes. Neri and Ozias, friends who'd once shared your struggle, now cut down and abandoned, their bodies sprawled like discarded trophies in the gutter of the street. Their lifeless eyes meet yours as if accusing you of some unspoken sin. A dragon's roar erupts from the distance, and you remember the spell that took and turned you into this. As she defeated you, you tried your best and you weren't good enough. And the cruel laughter of her mixes with a different laughter that reverberates in your bones and sinew and grates at your sanity. You hear that whispering voice through the cacophony, rich and wicked and slithering. You were the Lion of Astoria, their great shining hope. But even lions are brought to heel and tamed in a circus. What's another word for the gladiatory arena? A circus. Dance, monkey. Do you see now? This is the end you were meant for. This is the truth behind your strength. Weak, broken, and used up for my entertainment. The world blurs and you don't close your eyes. You stand tall even with the weight of chains and the sting of humiliation. And deep inside, there is a spark that refuses to die. Maybe the price of glory is the price of your soul, but the fight within you is not done yet. The scene changes once more. Ozias. Petriphosias. Before you stands a pair of figures, silhouettes against the twilight sky. You know them, your friends, Amazon, but their names elude you, slipping away like smoke through your grasp. Their faces twist with disgust as they look at you, their gaze is sharp as blades. You try to step forward to call out, but something's wrong. Your hands are not there. Panic wells up inside you and you look down, only to see that you are no longer flesh and blood. Your body is stone, cold and unyielding. You strain to move, call for help, but the sound that escapes is a faint grinding like rock scraping against rock. From the shadowy edges of your vision, Versi steps forward. Her figure shrouded in an unnatural haze. Her green eyes glow with uncharacteristic malice, and her finger points at you, trembling with fury. Monster! She spits through clenched teeth, her voice ringing with finality. The word reverberates, echoing endlessly in your mind. You try to recoil, to cry out in protest, but the stone that binds you holds fast. Then another voice, a softing, mocking tone cuts through the silence. It is right, you know. Your vision narrows as you look to your other companion, the kind and loyal Neri. She steps forward. Her face, usually a beacon of warmth, is now hard as iron. Her lips curl into a sneer as she raises her voice. Monster! She declares, her tone laced with venom. The chats begin. Cast him out! Cast him out! The king will smash him to bits! The words fill the air like a rising storm, and figures begin to close in. Your vision catches a gleam of light as a shield is raised, a golden lion emblazed on its surface. In the polished metal, you see your reflection. It is not you that you know, but the village of a Madar, a male Medusa. Your features twisted, petrified, unrecognizable, your body serpentine, and the realization cuts deeper than any blade. You are the monster. Approaching Eritrea, her strong hands reaching out in an attempt to pull you forward and save you from this fate. I know you're more than... Her touch meets your cursed stone, and the transformation is almost immediate. Gold races across her arms, her face, her entire body, freezing her expression of shock and horror in gilded eternity. You try to call out a warning, but it's too late. Her golden form begins to flake, pieces breaking away like fragile leaves in a winter breeze. She crumbles before your eyes, leaving nothing but a pile of fine, glimmering dust. Neri's scream echoes and pierces the air. She reaches for Eritrea in desperation, only to meet the same fate. And Versi, and the children, and the women, and the men, and the sentinels, and all of Astoria. The curse spreads from her fingertips, gilding their bodies in radiant torment. Her screams are abruptly cut short as the gold overtakes her, and she too dissolves into the wind. The breeze carries the glittering dust of your friends, your family, your home, swirling around you in a cruel dance. You remember now why you were alone in the hills, why no one would follow you. An entire squad of scouts, loyal and true, reduced to statues, and then to nothing. Then a voice returns. Everything you touch turns to ruin. That's why you're alone. Even the false Dragonlord fears you. You destroy everything you love, everything you hold dear. Even her. And the clang of a diamond hairpin hits the stone. The dust settles, leaving you alone once more. Oof. You can see this map, right? You guys are back? Your boat? Cool.
Yeah, there we go.
You see the mistress once more, and Tanias. Death. It comes for you, and she takes you over again. Each time, another piece is ripped from you, taken to some unseen abyss. You stand in the Garden of Hypnos, the ship that sails through the dark that you know impossibly well. Endless waters of dreams. Flowers in every hue bloom around you, their intoxicating scent weaving a spell that clouds your senses. But beneath the beauty lies the sharp taste of dread. You can see all of your allies, torn and bleeding, pierced and fused with this garden, and ahead you can just make out the silhouette of the giant pulling a ship, muscles straining as it moves through the dark currents. The melody of the lyra, kithara, bouzouki, and flutes drift through the air, seductive and mournful. The music wraps around you, drawing you forward as dryads, lamias, satyrs, jackal-wares, and mortals dance and sway. Laughter, cries, and the sound of indulgence fills the air, a celebration that defies the very nature of the place. You search, dread pooling in your gut as you catch the subtle, terrified expressions of the musicians. The lyra and kithara players bleed from their fingers, the strings cutting into the flesh, to the bone. The flutist tries to play but coughs off blood with every breath, each note a tortured gasp. The agony sings louder than any melody, a song you know by heart. Suddenly, loving arms wrap around you from behind, strong and warm. They drape familiar over your chest, pulling you against something soft and uncomfortably known. A voice dripping with honeyed malice whispers into your ear. Enjoying yourself, my little cultist? You don't need to look up to know who it is. Lutheria stands behind you, her golden eyes glowing and the third eye in the center of her forehead fixed on you, measuring you as if you were a specimen on a table. Her blonde hair flows and traces the circles of your face, like a silken river down her back and down your own. She sways to the music, moving you like a doll, dancing with you as you can feel her grind her hips against your back, and the world around you swirls with sensuality and despair. I must thank you for, she says, her voice teasing, the thrill of victory in each syllable. My reach touches more dreams each day. The five and my husband must be so annoyed by that, don't you think? The playful tone chills you to the bone, a warmth floods over you. Familiar but unwelcome touch of a divine blessing, as Lutheria pays you for your services and grants you protection. It settles in your chest, but it is not comfort, it is a chain. Her eyes narrow, lips curling as she pulls you closer to the band, the music pounding louder, more discordant with each step. You know she is waiting for something as her lips kiss your ear and she says, "Do you think they'll be jealous? Tell me, what's worse than a musician who can't play a tune?" Everyone goes quiet. The flutist struggles, each note a scream in its own right, blood mingling the sound as it sputters from their lips. Her scythe, crystalline and deadly, slides from her robes, glints with cold light as she swings it, and the flutist's body remains unharmed, but the soul within them, torn free, rent in half, a glimmering wisp of that agony caught eternally in that blade. You watch, unable to turn away, as the spirits reach out toward you before being absorbed into the hungry edge. The entire gathering bursts with laughter, a cacophony of forced amusement. You laugh with them, each chuckle slicing at your insides. Lutheria tilts her head, smirking at you, her eyes piercing. You must laugh, or you're next. And she says, "I know, I'm hilarious." The music speeds up as she moves you in time with the chaos, dancing. Now! She leans close. "These next tasks of yours, tell me of them." The words are forced. They tremble in your throat, but you try not to show it, though she laps up your fear. "They are to head to Zandaria to collect his treasures, and then, from there, to Pythoria for some secret of the God King." Wrong answer. Lutheria knows you better than anyone, and you have always been her favorite little doomed one. Yet even in this, you won't give her the satisfaction. "You've been so helpful, my little cultists. Be sure to keep my interests in mind, or you'll wish for the death that you've grown so accustomed to." And she reaches and plucks out his eye. You look as she turns your eye, and you see the rest of the party members watching you tied among the garden. "Oops, was this supposed to be a secret?" And she plucks it back into his head and starts to laugh. It is all cut short as she says, "What's this?" And the air shatters with a crack that echoes like a thunderclap. Reality splits open, revealing a flash of silver light. A swirl of crackling lightning wraps around a figure with an aura of mischief and power. Kyra, goddess of music, the muse herself, goddess of speed and deception and joy, bursts through the rift. Her enchanted sandals pulse with crackling energy, leaving behind trails of electric blue sparks as she blurs past the stunned onlookers. In a heartbeat, she reaches the party, ripping you from the wall, her presence bold and dazzling in ways you've never seen. Her laughter, sharp as a javelin, cuts through the chaos. "Out of time, everyone!" she yells, grabbing each of you with a speed that defies belief. You're whisked away in a blur, stolen from the nightmare that suffocates you. Lutheria's voice, cold and dripping with malice, reverberates across the shifting landscape of Hypnos. The music dies, and a distorted hum takes its place. "Oh, Kyra, you always did love your dramatic entrances. But remember, I have my eyes on you and on them. Play your games while you can. I'll be seeing you soon." A flash, a bolt, and then nothing but silence. You find yourselves waking up in the same place that you were before, amongst your party camp. And hold on. There we go. But now the air is heavy, filled with the taste of lingering dread and oranges. It was just a dream, or so you tell yourself. Though the echoes of fear still cling like a second skin, your eyes flutter open and see Kyra standing nearby, her radiant form slightly disheveled, sweat dripping from her brow as she leans against a nearby tree. Her sandals flicker with the last remnants of lightning, and she grins at you all with an impish sparkle in her golden eyes. Well, panting but still playful, that was shocking, wasn't it? But don't worry, I charged right in to save the day. Get it? Charged? Lightning? She smirks, and then she falls over.
Dynamis.
I'd be going over to catch her.
Yes, I imagine Dynamis is like right there to catch her as soon as she starts to fall.
You go to move to catch her, and you hit the ground yourself. You are so drained. I need every one of you to make a wisdom saving.
Oh no.
I'd like to use my inspiration on this.
I'm gonna use an inspiration on this.
Good choices, good choices. 13 fails, 11 fails, 18 passes, 21 passes, nat 20 passes, 12 fails. If you failed, roll me a d100.
Good use of inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Oh no.
I'm right on the
Oh
money.
yeah.
I love it.
D20.
Oh man, we match. Did anybody else fail? Guile failed. Does he
What are the
roll a
chan-
47 too?
I think he was hitting the thing move.
Yeah, I know.
John, just to be completely honest, my roll was a 16, not an 18.
Uh,
I don't have a +2 going on.
you are blessed.
Oh, I am blessed.
You
Okay.
are blessed.
Then yeah, okay. So 18.
18 is DC.
Oh,
D100, please, Guile, when you get a chance. 63.
Oh
47.
jeez.
Tanias and Brontes are battling incoherently. Guile, you are experiencing hallucinations. What are you hallucinating?
Um, he, in the corner of his eyes, he's seeing his father he grew up with, and he's half that bearded man, half his father, and he's seeing this his mother he grew up with and this other woman, and they're on fire, but they're not, and they're at the edges of his vision everywhere he looks, standing behind someone when he talks to them, behind the tree.
Brontes, what are you thinking right now?
oh, well, he's thinking like, oh my gosh, ah, the hundred hand the hundred hand creature. It just completely destroyed him. The verse he turned his back to him, the loss of his dragon, everything his ideals was destroyed and gone. He's thinking 100 different things at a moment. Like everything that he is was just destroyed, and he just couldn't obtain. He couldn't find any muster, anything that he achieved as a Dragon Lord. Like everything just sort of comes to it, and he's just babbling all the way through. Like he just can't communicate any of it. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, guys, do you see what just happened? And that's what is going through all his mind.
What is going through Dynamis' mind?
Dynamis, I
Uh,
think Dynamis passed.
I passed.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just asking what everybody's going for.
And
Anyway.
I'm filled with joy that Kyra's back, and but overwhelmed and just if I can't stand it, I stumble and fall. And just trying to take everything in all at once.
Ozias?
Just looking at Eritrea, afraid, and yeah, just afraid. Just remembering that, reaching out, touching me as a Medusa, and then just instantly transmuting to gold, and just that just keeps playing in his head over and over again.
And Eritrea.
I start laughing, and because I got a nat 20, but I imagine just say she's clever. I'll give her that, but if she thinks I'm gonna cower because of a bad dream, she's wrong. All she's done is making me want to stop her more.
And as a mind you, you all saw Tanias' vision because you were furniture.
Right.
But with that in mind, let's go ahead and hop to our quick break right now, to before we continue. But we will be back in what, 10, 15 minutes?
Sure.
10 minutes.
Maybe call it 12. Who knows? But we'll be back soon, guys, and we'll see you then.
But I'm just here, the furious spark. dragons call, their wings are near. I'll rise again, I'll crush my fear. From ashes and dust, the legend will grow. A new age of heroes the world will know. Chains of the past, they pull me down, but I'll break them all, take back the crown. A dragon lord reborn, my fate is clear. I'll rise from the ashes and conquer my fear. Rise of the dragon lords, hear the roar. From the depths of the earth to the heavens door. Gifted and cursed, my blood runs true. The future is mine, the dragons will fly through. Rise of the dragon lords, a new dawn's near. With vengeance and honor, I'll face my fear. Restoring the order, the flame will ignite. I'll claim my destiny in dragon's light. The oracle's words, they guide my hand. A legacy cursed, yet I'll take a stand. The blood of my grandmother flows in me. Her spirit guides the key to be free. A dragon's egg, my goal, my dream. To become a hero, the legends gleam. Through fire and fury, I'll restore the past. A dragon lord's rise, the world will last. Chains of the past, they pull me down, but I'll break them all, take back the crown. A dragon lord reborn, my fate is clear. I'll rise from the ashes and conquer my fear. Rise of the dragon lords, hear the roar. From the depths of the earth to the heavens door. Gifted and cursed, my blood runs true. The future is mine, the dragons will fly through. Rise of the dragon lords, a new dawn's near. With vengeance and honor, I'll face my fear. Restoring the order, the flame will ignite. I'll claim my destiny in dragon's light. Face the curse, I'll face the past. The dragon lord's rise will make it last. Vengeance in my heart, fire in my veins. A new dawn calls through blood and chains. Rise of the dragon lords, hear the roar. From the depths of the earth to the heavens door. Gifted and cursed, my blood runs true. The future is mine, the dragons will fly through. Rise of the dragon lords, a new dawn's near. With vengeance and honor, I'll face my fear. Oh, hail the curious one, with magic deep inside. You learn the past that you see, the future's where you'll ride. A coin that sparkles, burns so bright, a path that leads you far. To city of the dead, my friend, where secrets are the star. Oh, hail the curious one, your journey's just begun. With magic in your heart, you'll find the stories yet undone. You'll twist the threads of history and make the future clear. The curious one will shape the world and never show his fear. You left your home behind, you know, to chase the tales untold. A coin, a key to tunes so deep, where whispers will unfold. A restless soul, a bond so true, with Damon by your side. Together you will unearth the past, with magic as your guide. Oh, Gale, the curious one, your journey's just begun. With magic in your heart, you'll find the stories yet undone. You'll twist the threads of history and make the future clear. Burdens heavy, knowledge told, but still you press ahead. The future's bright, the past is gold, and soon you'll find your thread. Oh, Gale, the curious one, your journey's just begun. With magic in your heart, you'll find the story's yet undone. You'll twist the threads of history and make the future clear. The curious one will shape the world and never show his fear. Oh, Gale, the curious one, with magic you will run. Make the future bright, shining through the night. The curious one has won. In a realm of magic and mystery, where the legends come alive, under Titan's wrath and weather harsh, we're living to survive. A group of heroes, brave and bold, on a quest they did embark, to slay a bull with tusk of strength from forces wild and dark. With spell and shield they faced the beast, their hearts were filled with dread. Two hunters joined the noble quest, a foe to soon be dead. Through forest deep and river wild, they tracked the creature swift. With every step their spirits grew, this local pledge to lift. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes new, who faced the lightning tossed. With courage shown they fought the beast, and in prophecy they trust. To meet where see the oracle, their fate shall be revealed at last. Towards the future marching now, with legends of the past. To stand as one against the fall, they are on legends trail. And one day we'll stand proud for all, to their success we hail. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes new, who faced the lightning tossed. They'll rise to heights yet known by few, and in prophecy we trust. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes new, who faced the lightning tossed. They'll rise to heights yet known by few, and in prophecy we trust. In a realm of magic and mystery, where vile corruption spreads, four heroes turn towards new goals after a hag is dead. They save where see the oracle down in a grotto deep. Many had died to Titan's wrath, but no time left to weep. Towards the old wood led their trail, known faces there to meet. Against corruption to prevail seems to run quite deep. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes, for who did prevail at last. The hag is dead, slain is the boar, awaiting a new task. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes, for who did prevail at last. The hag is dead, slain is the boar, awaiting a new task. Oh, sing the tale of the heroes, for who did prevail at last. The hag is dead, slain is the boar, awaiting a new task. Born with fire in my veins, half divine but full of rage. Amazon warriors raise me strong, in the sands of battle I belong. While father fights, his shadows call, his glory waits beneath it all. I am the lion of battle strong, fighting demons all along. Prophecies say I rise above, with strength, revenge, and ancient love. I'll claim my fate, what's meant to be. Half god warrior breaking free. Won't stop until I've won it all. Watch the mighty titans fall. Oracle speaks of destiny. Three great tasks ahead of me. Find my mother lost in time, arena shakes with every stride. Thunder roars and lightning guides. The titans think they see the end. There's a light.
And we're back. Welcome back to CEN. I told you I was going to wave him like I just don't care. I made some really great art, and I forgot to show it. But this is what Hypnos, the throne of Lutheria, looks like. Oh, mwah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Pretty.
It'd be prettier if we knew it wasn't, cursed.
And whenever you get one final vision of Hypnos sailing off into what looks like the Nyx, you hear her as she finishes off and says, "So you have chosen war. I accept."
And then we wake.
And then you wake up once again in the camp. You see Kyra in her divine form as that fades and she returns. To the Kyra that you know and respect and platonically adore.
Except Dynamis.
And you see her, she looks ragged, even tired.
Did you? Oh God. Did you? Thank you, Kyra.
I told you he was too slow. And then she just sort of scoots up and leans against a tree. I don't think that I can do that in battle for you again.
Alright.
That would have hurt.
You must be exhausted. Your animation quality dropped.
I mean, you don't even know how that works.
All I can describe. You okay there, right?
I'm good. Oh, that hit really hard. Oh wow.
Are you alright otherwise, though, Kyra?
Oh, you got any more of them divine sparks laying around?
Sorry, I'm,
I'll be alright. I'll be okay.
plan on
Oh.
keeping mine.
I'm so hungry. And you see as she reaches into her tiny Kyra backpack and she pulls out a strange cup that she sets next to the fire, and you can hear things start to boil, and she rips the cup into pieces and proceeds to take a small trident and pulls out what looks like steaming noodles.
Just made ramen.
I legit thought you were gonna say, "Oh, I'm so hungry I could eat a set."
Yeah, I can eat a horse. It looks like I can eat
I'll prepare it.
Take your piety for that.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, you don't belong to me.
Yeah, I don't belong to Kyra.
No, we don't.
I'm not not this character. Is everyone else alright?
Yeah.
I think I'm fine. Everyone think you're fine? Everyone, you guys are okay? Everyone?
Rontez, take a deep breath. We're good, buddy.
What? But I.
Breathe.
I did. Does anyone understand what's going on? Like, I can't stop. What's happening? Guile, you okay?
My mother.
Alright, we need to take a little bit of time. I think they hit a little bit really hard. Oh my head. Hereditary, you alright?
Yeah, nightmares are a pretty common occurrence. So this is, I mean, she was creative, but you know, yeah, it's pretty common.
Right. just a random.
What about you? You guys okay? Josias?
Yes. Yes. I'm all right. Thank you.
Promise?
Ozias is gonna put his hand on your shoulder. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm fine.
Okay.
But with your passive perception, you notice he's not looking at you in your eyes. He's looking where his hand is touching.
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Just
You said you touched her shoulder?
touch her
Yeah.
bare. Yeah, I'm touching her bare shoulder.
Gotcha.
Just it was a dream.
Yeah.
Just a dream. Right. Right. I'm sorry. That was right. It's good to know it was just a dream. I look at her shoulder again.
I mean, it's good shoulder.
Nice.
Very kissable. I don't know.
You very shouldery.
It is
Very leanable.
It is
very much shoulder you could lean on.
Yeah, it is. It is strong.
30.
Yeah. It's my throwing,
Sturdy.
it's my
There we
throwing
go.
shoulder.
It's my throwing shoulder.
It's a good one.
Where did Denise go?
That way.
Wait. Tanias, wait. The Tanias went. Wait, he went there. He went there. Are you sure? It's like, does anyone remember what happened last time in the dream? Anyone?
Brontez, you sit and catch your breath. I'll go fetch the healer.
Eritrea, just be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be careful.
I would say I'm usually careful, but I'm not. But I'll be okay. I have nothing to reassure you other than it hasn't worked yet. I'm gonna go fetch Tanias. Tell him we probably shouldn't split up after Brontez got tried to whisk away by a creepy voice. And Dynamis had to drag him back.
You go over to Tanias, and when you do, you see that his right eye is gone.
Oh. I'm sorry.
And he is affixing a cloth around his head.
You okay? I don't. Dynamis was talking about us not splitting off.
This is nothing new. It is not wise to lie.
Took your eye because you lied. Why did you lie if you knew that was gonna happen, or you knew something bad was gonna happen? Especially if she knew you were lying.
If I told her the truth, she would be waiting for you there.
She's gonna figure it out. Dynamis and I kind of cause a scene wherever we go, and Gold Statue does. It's gonna be figured out. But thanks for saving our butts again. For that, though.
You could say that I'm keeping an eye out for you.
Yeah.
And you hear someone in the camp go, "Bazinga!"
So, are you?
Oh, oh, no. Next time I say that, just slap me. Oh, she's rubbing off on me. Mm.
All right. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I don't know how to fix that. I'm sorry. Uh,
Once we get to the city, I will be able to fashion myself a new one.
like a completely new one? How does?
The same way that they build automatons. Studied engineering at the academy.
Oh, okay. That actually makes a lot of sense.
And then you see he looks to you, um, and he pulls two fingers off of his hand and then puts them back on.
You know, Guile actually has a great knack for that kind. You might want to talk to Guile. I saw him. He rebuilt Zyphos from scratch without ever being. You might actually be able to help, or at
I
least
am
lend a
not a
hand.
Stimfey.
No, but he likes mechanical things, and they're adjacent. You got out.
I am a man.
Okay.
I appreciate you trying to comfort me. It is not your talent,
No,
but you
it's not.
tried anyway.
It's Osiris's thing. He's the interpersonal relations guy out of the two of us. I can promise you, I will stab her in her eye for you later on. An eye for a little literal eye, but that's about as I can't promise more. Yeah, I feel bad, but I'm sorry. I'm getting better at jokes. It's a family thing apparently, but that's about it.
She's rubbing off on you. It's terrible.
Oh, absolutely. When she talked about dramatic entrances, I was like, oh man, that's where I get it from. Everything's
She was
starting to make a little bit more
significantly more
sense now.
attractive before you made that joke.
Yeah.
Come on, I want.
I,
And he sort
come
of
on.
uses you to help himself up. He makes his way back to camp.
Dynamis, do you know how to calm down Guile? Any sort of comfort? Can you give him some sort of comforting presence, maybe?
I could slap him.
I mean, if he's into that, sure. I
Uh,
suppose.
I think he just needs to work some stuff out. We all kind of saw
He's
some stuff
curled up
that was,
onto a ball, rocking back and forth, saying "mommy" and "daddy."
but he's here.
Lothus is snoring happily.
I'm not really surprised there.
Roll him into the fire.
No, guest friendship. He's our guest.
We
He's
made
protected.
oath.
Guile, are you okay? How you doing there, big man?
Uh, mother, father, mother, father. What? Who? Him? Father, father. What?
Guile, do you know what your name is? Can you tell me what your name is?
Um. Uh, uh, fire, ash, mother, king,
King.
father, mother.
King.
Fire, chains, king.
I'm correct. Gile's hair is blonde, right? He's not a strawberry blonde.
Yes,
He's not
Ah,
brother,
good,
right?
Glorious blood.
No, like Ozias is asking. Said Father, Mother, King.
Ship. Chains.
A Notrosian, what are those ships called? I've heard of them. They must have been very confusing.
Mother. Father.
Guile, it's all right. You are here with your friends.
Mother.
You are friends, Guile.
Friends. Father.
Friends. Yes, your friends are here.
Father. Who?
Who is your father?
Who?
Is that the question or is that the answer?
Yes.
Piglet of Legend abruptly starts awake and starts squealing and running laps around the.
I turn on speak with animals.
It is screaming about night.
Hamlet! Hamlet, calm down.
He runs headfirst into a tree. And then shortly
know.
thereafter, Nukulfeder wakes up as well.
Oh God, no.
And it draws its shiv and starts stabbing a nearby tree.
Dynamis, do you want to take the Piglet of Legends? I'll try and calm down Schnuckelfeather.
It shanks a maple.
Shakes a maple. What a quote.
Odyssey, everyone.
I'll try and calm down Schnuckelfeather because that's the only animal I can touch without killing it. Especially since it's an armed animal.
After a time, things calm down. You're able to get a hold of your animals, but try as you may, you are unable to complete.
Damn.
Make me that DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
Keep in mind you're all blessed.
Okay.
All right.
Roll that D4. It might be your saving grace.
Let's see what happens.
50% chance. Nope.
Oop.
Well, hold on.
Brontez,
12.
level of exhaustion.
Yeah.
There we go.
What I needed to do.
Look at a level of exhaustion.
Oh, there we go. Dynamis zu geil. Deiner Mutter und deinem Ratter geht is gut. I probably butchered that, but...
Well done. But the morning come. You're tired. You're exhausted. You do not cure any exhaustion. You do not gain any benefits to your long rest. You do not regain spell slots or hit dice. But the day has started. What would you like to do?
Alright,
Start heading towards Astoria.
I think...
I would like to take a long rest.
Yo, Dynamis, I don't think we can, we can take another long rest. At least not out here. But, how far away is it from Astoria?
A few more days.
A few more days.
Okay.
We still have a few more days yet to travel. I think it would be better for us to
Well, a couple.
press,
days.
press forward. Yes. Prothis, how are you doing?
Oh, that was probably the best sleep I've had in weeks. And he hops up and stretches. He goes, Man. You guys look terrible.
Yes.
Racked with
Well,
guilt.
Sure. Uh,
I can't remember the last time I lost sleep over butchering my enemies.
sure. Regardless. Are you ready to press onwards?
Aye. Hold on. He starts to do things that men do in the morning. He doesn't go to any trees. He doesn't go anywhere, just like a horse.
He just stands up and just urinates.
About it. Well, me and Tanias don't have the babbling thing anymore, right? Or do we still have it?
No, that lasted 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, excellent.
What about Guile's hallucinations?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Who is
Kylie.
leading the way?
Do I know where Astoria is? I'll lead.
I mean, there's a road.
I'll lead.
I got a point of exhaustion, but I got proficiency in survival, so I can provide help to whoever leads.
Guile can do it too. Guile will do it.
Kyle, seize the day!
Oh, not stealth. No, I was
He
looking at the wrong
vanishes
one.
from the campaign.
Still, let's see, a 14 on the dice is going to be enough unless you have a negative. No, so that'd be a 16. Yeah, 16. You were able to follow the road. You need an 8.
All right.
You follow the road and you travel through most of the day. Any goals for you guys as you travel through the day?
I'll start training Neri properly when we stop throughout the days.
Okay.
I'd check in with Tanias, see how he's doing. Notice that he's missing an eye.
Yep. He's got a
Uh,
bandage wrapped around his head.
I would ask if you are alright, but I feel like that might be obvious and possibly insulting.
I've still got one.
She referred to you as a cult member, as a cultist. You don't need to explain right now. I want to assure you, we trust you after everything. You brought me back from the dead. But when you wish to speak of it, we can do so.
You know that I've used a fake name, Mitros. Persona to inspire hope. Inspire hope. My goal is to root out that cult, like a snake in the grass. And I thought myself clever enough to infiltrate once.
But she sees you.
Far more clever than you might imagine. Millennia, centuries and millennia, scheming.
One thing that stood out, though, that was weird that she said. She said as her power grows, she feels that it is. She seemed excited about the idea that it annoyed not only the five, but her husband. You said you infiltrated her cult. Does her cult not have the same goal as the cult of Sidon?
Sidon has his own goal. And Lutheria her. The only thing that stays Sidon's hand from slaughtering every settler is the fact that Lutheria finds you, us, entertaining.
pleasant way.
You have now seen what she calls entertainment.
I still find it strange that she would seem excited about annoying her husband, though.
You've never been married, have you?
No, I've been cursed for several centuries.
Ah.
Rather not productive
From
towards
what I
the...
understand, that's a lot like being married. Tell me, how do you feel about your curse?
It is an annoyance that I've had to learn to live with. That potentially causes a great deal of death and destruction if I'm irresponsible with it.
And I imagine every chance you can try to scrape by and find the little loopholes, you do.
When possible. Wait,
Ah,
damn it. You spotted me snuggling Schnuckelfeather, didn't you?
I...
Because I don't. I keep a very respectful... Yeah. Anyway, good talk.
Good talk. We each have our chains to bear.
Right. Well,
But we were brought together by someone who thinks that if we stay together and work together, we can put an end to all of this.
well then, as a future Dragonlord to my future general, let me know what I need to do to enable you to do your job.
I
To
think
help
it's
you where
find the
I
dragon.
can. I have a distinct feeling that that is on the list of things I need to do.
Hmm.
Right. Anyway,
He
good
slaps
talk.
you on the shoulder pad.
Good talk.
But you guys travel through the day. Is there any other role play that wants to be explored, or do we want to time skip the effort? Are you raising your hand?
No, I was scratching my head. I'm sorry.
It's like, hey, I mean, I dig it, but that's new. All right, you guys continue to travel until stuff happens. You find yourself at the bend of the road, and flavor text unlocked. Yep. The midday sun blazes overhead as you round a bend in a dusty forest road. The clearing ahead, a group of centaurs is gathered around a hastily constructed table of stacked stones and wooden planks. A large weathered map lies across it, pinned down by daggers and stones to keep it from fluttering in the breeze. Their bronze armor glints in the sunlight, and their bows are easily within reach, though none seem drawn to aggression. As you approach, a tall, broad-shouldered centaur with a long braid of auburn hair steps forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his bronze sword, his pike dragging along his back with the other hand. His voice carries authority, but there's no malice, just caution. Lovely. Travelers, he says, you should turn back. Historia is no place for wanderers. The Titan Sidon tightens his grip upon the land. His drought leaves the city parched and desperate, poor, and war looms on the horizon. Baynor himself gathers strength to answer the call, and though the name means nothing to you, it means quite a bit to us. We've already seen the rivers run dry and crops wither. Soon enough, only spears and swords will decide who drinks and who starves. One of the others looks to you up from where you can see they're making a map, drawing a map down. He goes, even the bravest of warriors know when to avoid the storm. If you value your lives, take another path. Go elsewhere.
Unfortunately,
Lothis, is that you? his arms carrying the weapons of his dead and fallen comrades. He just nods. Are you a prisoner? I am a guest. Until. They stiffen a bit, and you see them reach for their weapons. They don't draw them, but they are holding their longbows now. They seem a little more on edge.
I like to use, let's see here, to do one of my calm emotions for the day.
You want to cast a spell on them?
Let's see. Let's see here. No, it's vocal components. It's not discrete. Never mind.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Subtle spell's a great thing. And they are, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, and this guy's big. These centaurs look taller and stronger than the ones you faced.
You guys are good with me taking the lead?
I kind of nudge Ozias forward. You don't want me doing it.
Peace.
Oh, hold on. I have to make a check. You at a 1 or a 2 right now?
For a
Fame.
exhaustion? Oh, fame?
Fame.
I have no idea.
I believe you guys are at a 1.
Okay.
We're at a 2.
2. Either way, you're not at 6.
No.
Continue.
Peace, Centaurs of the Northern Steppes. I am Ozias Mithril, captain of the Astorian Sentinels and representative of the Heroes of the Heartlands. There was a misunderstanding, and unfortunately several members of a scouting party were slain. Clothis
Looks more like an act of war.
Clothis sought a peaceful resolution. However, he was the only member. We have taken care of your dead, cremating them as per his instructions. We have returned their pikes, and now that we have come upon you, we wish to return Clothis to you.
Come forward, child. Clothis looks to you and starts to slowly walk forward.
I nod to him and kind of gesture him forward.
He walks faster. He steps on the piglet of legend. Antonias. He goes up to the leader and he drops the pikes off. Come. You may approach.
I approach. Where is this guy anyway?
He is the furthest away from you.
That guy.
Yep.
We'll approach.
He beckons for all of you to approach, not just Ozias.
Oh, okay.
Good. I was about to start measuring throwing range just in case.
He points at the map and he shows you what looks like hundreds of battle groups along the western side of the Archelon River. And he says, Sidon has sent a drought that has driven many in your city to desperation. Unrest grows daily. The priests are rallying forces for what they call a holy war. And Chief Baenor is preparing for the inevitable conflict whenever Pythor's will falls. If you want to continue forth, I won't stop you. I would require a single drachme for each of my fallen comrades, which number 13.
Very well.
13.
Oh, I was going to do it, but you should beat me to it.
If you're going to face such odds, I would warn you against recklessness and brashness. Baenor is not a patient man. Heroes' graves are dug deep, but they're still graves. turn around, take another road, live out your life, and go to your city on the bay, or one of your other cities. Historia will soon fall.
Which is exactly why I'm headed this way.
Then the next time I meet you may very well may be on the field of battle.
I look forward to it.
He shakes his
Strong.
head. I do not look forward to the bloodshed of any battle against your kind. War is an expensive hobby.
Absolutely. I won't see Astoria fall.
Then surrender.
Not a chance.
It is a jest to stand up against the will of the Titan. But I respect and see that you act with honor.
I will fight just as honorably as my father did.
May I ask for your name?
Heyavar.
Kayavar. Okay.
Gotta write that down.
Thank you for permitting us to pass through unhindered. And if I may ask, for any people who may pass through here, please show mercy and discretion.
Now is not the time for me to make war. Now is the time for me to make map. But humans are rash.
But they endure.
And some even act with honor. Then he locks eyes with you when he says it.
If you can, we would not see war ourselves. Though Astoria is a city ruled by the Lord of Battle, needless bloodshed has no honor to it. We do not ask you to go against your Lord or against any commands that you are given. But if possible, if you have any voice, if possible, encourage peace between our people. We shall do the same to the best of our abilities.
Mm. He mulls over your words.
With that, we will continue forward. Schnucklefetter is robbing the blind, isn't she?
No,
No.
it's Peter.
Oh, it's Peter.
It's worse.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Dynamis might get to kill him, actually.
I won't need to.
Yeah, no.
look at all this stuff you dropped. Unless there's anybody else supposed to do it, I'm gonna say let's move forward.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty much done.
I just
There's no
keep walking.
conflict. There's no conflict to be had here. Let's keep moving forward. Who's
Okay.
who's rearing in Schnucklefetter?
You guys continue to travel until you reach camp. Again, someone roll a d20 or roll a survival check. What kind of camp do you find today?
I can roll it. Or Dynamis has got it.
Got it. This camp, nowhere near as nice as last night's. Um, the ground is uneven and hard. You can feel where many wagons have probably gone over this ground before when it was wet, but now that there's a drought, it's all the wagon wheels and ruts are make the ground uneven and bumpy, and it's hard to find a good place to sleep, um, or horse tracks or centaur tracks or whatever it may be. Um, it's rocky, it's dry. There's no water around, but you find a camp, and it seems defensible.
Guile will wordlessly use mold earth to make flat sleeping areas for everyone.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna say
very nice.
I'll join in with him in that and create a nice little seating area for dinner.
All right then.
All
Oh, let's see here.
What is everyone doing this evening?
Guile's,
She's got like raccoon eyes. She's been quiet most of the day. Um, I need my beauty sleep. She reaches in her tiny backpack. She uh, she pulls out a very large pink tent, and she goes inside.
It's like a very modern pink tent.
Glamping.
Let's see here. Uh, Brontes will sort of go over and like find a little place, and he'll begin to like start a ritual for alarm. We should be careful just in case. We're getting closer to a story, which means more of those centaurs probably are everywhere. I do not know whether or not they'll something or someone, for our luck, will come out of the woodworks yet again. I don't want us to take that risk.
We should still do watch shift just in case too.
I would agree, yes.
That's always good.
Good to get some rest, though. I feel like I've been exhausted for the last 2 days. And I've been exhausted for 1 day.
We need to get to Astoria so you can speak to your boss about what's going on. See if he has any actual idea of how many there are, like we do.
It still concerns me about what Clothis said, where they finding a way to defeat Pythor through the Oath of Peace. But I still can't figure out how.
I mean, you saw the flashbacks that Versi gave us,
I saw Pythor at the peak of his power.
and the
That
ones
is
from
my
before.
king. I still can't. Pythor is the Lord of Battle. You cannot defeat him with an army. It's like trying to defeat fire by pouring
Just to be
oil
clear,
onto it.
DM, we saw the previous intros too, right? You said. So we
Yeah,
saw
you
the one with
absolutely
Gaius.
saw the one where they demanded Princess Honora's life.
Right. I was gonna say,
Oh,
like,
I thought
I was
that
gonna
was
say,
not something that we had
no.
mentioned
He
of.
said
No.
Okay.
all previous intros.
Yep. Now
Okay.
you've seen all previous.
So I was like, what do you
Okay.
mean? I mean, they're gonna
As well as all
sacrifice
future
Nora.
Okay.
I was in the impression that that intro was for us as players, not us as characters.
It was then.
Versus.
Okay.
We've now seen everything.
DM.
Okay, no, that changes Matthias' entire
Yeah, I was gonna
attitude.
say it's. Why do you think I've been trying to rush the story? Gaius just threatened Nora. Like, what do you mean he's not gonna break his oath? He's gonna break his oath for her.
There has to be a way to be able to save the princess.
You're gonna hate my plan.
What's your plan?
Switch spots with her.
How?
Go to the one that demands it, and well, I would say I could switch spots with her. We look kind of similar, but since we're all bounded by oath together, we would all have to do it. But we switch spots, and then make sure whatever's gonna happen, we stop. I don't need armor to fight whatever's gonna happen on that rock. You have rocks. Dynamis is good at throwing just about anything.
That could work if we could convince him, but it's going to be a matter of convincing him.
You and Guile and Brontes could convince him very easily. However, we don't tell Honora.
It's
We
a
could
very
tell her.
famous tactic. It's called the Portman tactic.
Well, I'm just saying that it's going to be a hard sell.
Not really.
Admittedly, yes, we're heroes of destiny, but I think you underestimate how important Lenora is to Pythor. How
But I'm
important
also
she
one
is
of
to the
his.
city.
I'm also one of his, though.
It could work, maybe. It's still going to be a hard sell.
You got
It
time.
could work.
You've
If only we
Guile and
had
Brontes.
someone with us who dripped so much charisma that it moistened the loins of maidens and caused him to have a harem follow him around for 2 days.
I was gonna say, between
Yeah.
you, Brontes, and Guile, I'm
Long
sure you guys can
golden
figure out
locks.
I think
something.
Guile could probably.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, they Sidon and them hate us, okay? Like, it's no surprise. They hate us. Getting rid of a threat would probably be something easy on their to-do list, considering Dynamis is there in a threat, a huge threat to them.
So a demigod, a titanborn, a suppose I'm a second generation titanborn. Whatever Guile is, and
I mean,
the last Dragonlord.
We switch spots with her.
I
She
agree.
goes nowhere near that rock.
Oh, I agree. She's going nowhere near that rock.
If she finds out that I'm her sister and switching spots with her, she's going to be very, very mad. We don't tell her that until after.
So, all right. So it's not just a matter though of us not telling her. What if they choose to tell her? I mean, they're going to
That's up to
probably
them.
announce it.
I don't plan on telling her that her sister is planning on switching spots with her. I will say the Heroes of the Heartlands is going to save her because that's what heroes do.
All right. All right. I agree.
We both know Honora. She's not going to let that happen. She wouldn't let us do that.
So just so I write this down right, your plan is to save the princess by lying to her face.
No, I'm not going to lie to her. If she asks, I'll tell her the truth. I'm going to avoid her until afterwards.
What will be said is that the heroes of the Heartlands are taking her place. God, I hate
You're
them.
gonna have to try and sell the big guy on that. All of them.
I'm not gonna like it.
But
Not one
that's up
bit.
to you. Anyway, we can discuss this when you guys get to Astoria. Goes back in her tent.
All right.
We need to figure out what other risks there are, though. I doubt they're just going to put her on a rock. Something as simple as that. I mean, she has a demigod.
I mean,
If
it's about method then, about how the sacrifice is made.
That's what we need to figure out. Maybe they told Pythor.
I don't think it'll be a lightning bolt like what we saw before. That's too quick. It doesn't. The Titans have always ruled through fear. A lightning bolt is terrifying, but it's over. It's quick.
Kyra, she says, "Yeah, that was my fault. I knew I like to play fast and loose with rules, and I know that was kind of crossing the lines of the oath. And if I use my power, then he gets to use all of his power, and that hurts.
All right, but
But he's
that's a
slow.
that's a very important point. The Titans themselves won't interfere directly.
It's also the same thing. Pai Pai can't do it, or King Pythor, God King of Astoria, can't do it.
But I can.
All right, so it is the
I'm
I am
priest,
only
here to just
maybe.
observe and report.
I'm only half a god. I'm not bound by that oath. Just as Dynamis is not completely them, which means he's not bound by that same oath either.
Whatever it is, it's going to be something I feel like that instills fear. However the sacrifice is made, it's something that instills fear.
A monster? So Theria's good at making monsters.
I don't really think of it as the priests just coming up and stabbing us until we stop.
No,
Really.
I think
That
it's got to be a
seems-
monster or something terrifying.
would also take
Ira
them
pops up
forever.
next to Anais and she goes, she doesn't mean you, don't worry.
We weren't implying that at all.
And then she pops up next to Dynamis.
Dynamis and Guile are having a conversation. So like as much as she's there and that's great, um, we've been kind of having our own thing.
Kyra, here, catch. And I throw her the book.
Oh. When we get to Astoria, I think we should speak to Pythor, figure out all the information, let him mull it over our idea, our plan, and then go to that place in Astoria you're not allowed to go, Ozias. Maybe you'll be allowed in now. But give him some time to think it over. Give him some time to,
I think we could convince him. I think it should be doable. Right.
give everyone time to think it over, think our plan's over, and then go to that place.
Right. And then, well, 8 things at a time, I suppose, and we need to figure out how to deal with the drought. I can summon water, but not to that amount that would be needed.
It's probably Sidon related. I don't know if that's something we can solve without stopping
Go up
him.
to the skies. Unless we could. No. One of our tasks is to go to the old wood with the horn of Balmetria. If we could also convince
Some
dryads
druids.
there. Dryads there could help with supplying the city with food, with water.
That's a good idea.
And then we also need to deal with the centaur army. Just when we started getting a clear path, it's like we have like dozens of other quests
Bonus
suddenly
objective.
appear. Yes, exactly that sort of thing.
If the centaurs plan on coming down on Astoria like they said, we need to make sure they don't. We can't fight all of them. I'm good. I can't fight that many.
They run under
Maybe-
a code of honor, and I don't think. I'm sorry. Yes, Brontes.
Maybe we don't really need to. Oh. Let's see here. When it comes to when it comes to centaur culture, what kind of holidays or meetings can they do they do? Was like what exactly do they prize above all else? And they like to worship their union. Maybe perhaps we could stall them. Something like maybe festive, maybe something that between them begins to think. John,
Yes.
is there anything that Brontes knows between the centaurs that could help in the situation where it could something he could utilize here to like sort of get the centaurs to sort of engage in something else, maybe like a war game or something to hype themselves up. It'll take a bit longer for them to prepare, but the less than a men will enjoy it.
Make me a history check.
Okay. Let's see here. I'll see if I can use my inspiration on that, see if I can give myself advantage. So that is a 17 minus 2, so that would just be a plain old 15.
Mm. Plain old 15, huh? The centaur are incredibly honorable. And you think that perhaps with enough schmoozing, enough hard work, you might be able to convince the chief to stand down if there was some sort of challenge to his right to rule.
Inciting an insurrection. Hmm.
More like, because they're loyal, they're incredibly loyal, right? More like
Mm.
if you were to challenge him to some sort of the thing that Dynamis did, right, where he was saying, "Hey, fight me one on one," right?
Yeah.
That would work with the chief rather than just a schmuck. And
Okay.
once you took the right to rule, well,
Huh. That's a Hail Mary, but that's an attempt. Okay. Says,
but it would
well,
take a lot of convincing, you think.
yes, it would. It's definitely a Hail Mary then. If we can somehow stall them, perhaps if we could challenge him, the chieftain. If we do this, it'll probably take a bit of convincing. We can challenge his right to rule. And if we could do that, well, whoever wins the right has the right to rule the other centaurs. But we have
I'm
to
in.
come up with. You think so?
It's like what Pythor did with them in the first place.
You're right.
I'm in. Let's do it. I mean, we have Guile, Brontes, and Oz. I mean, you guys can think of something to say, I'm sure, with enough time.
I feel like you're pushing a lot of this off onto us.
I'm doing the fighting. Me and Dynamis are gonna do, the challenging of the chief.
I feel if
I imagine it's gonna be me and Dynamis. I looked at Dynamis. I imagine it's gonna be us fighting that guy, right?
I'm
they're off doing
Guile.
their
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah, we haven't been part of the whole strategy meeting.
Yep.
Look off. Notice
Perhaps one of us
none of
should
you
go.
guys are there.
Do we want to pan over and have your guys' conversation?
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
for it.
Okay, go nuts.
Es ist Blutsinn. Ich gehe und sie auch.
You know, your giant is terrible, but I agree, it is bullshit.
Don't act like you don't belong here, because you do.
I
You
don't.
know you do.
I didn't even belong with my own family, and now I don't even know who or what I am anymore. It's a question I've been asking myself for all the time, and now it's confirmed. The Titan lady fucked with my head with it.
She fucked with everybody's head. You have to look past it. It means nothing.
To you, maybe. Okay, my feelings don't matter. I don't matter then. Okay, cast me off like everybody else has. Okay, I'm confused. I don't know what's going on.
I'm not saying to cast you off. I'm saying cast off the bullshit she sent you. She's playing into the fact that you are questioning who you are.
The best lies have a little bit of truth in them. In fact, the Oracle even told me that my father killed my mother and stuff like that. And I don't even know who my mother is, let alone my father now. And what if my mother is actually dead? I don't know. I'm stuck. I'm here with you. And the rest of the group trying to save everybody else.
And you feel like you don't belong here.
I don't belong anywhere. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's bullshit.
even at the dinner table, I was told, Guile, what are you doing here? You didn't even have magic. Now I do. Now I'm valuable.
I don't accept it.
You don't have to accept it. These are my feelings.
But you matter to me, to all of us.
It's great. I matter. I don't even know who I am. How can I matter to me if I don't know who I am? Where I'm from. As of 3 days ago, my mother and father lived in a cabin writing history books. Now, one might be a fucking king and the other one's a whore. You weren't chained on that ship. I was. I watched someone who I thought was my mother burn in front of me. We all process our own stuff different. I can't pick up a tree and deforest.
Have you tried?
Look at my arms.
Kyle, roll me a charisma check real quick.
Oh, I did a
Look
save.
at my arms. And when he does, he flexes a little bit. Your telekinesis goes off. And then.
Fucking magic! It's not making the point.
Does it feel kind of nice, though?
Yes, voice in my head. It felt nice.
Who are you talking to?
It's the voices.
Oh, okay. They're back. Great. Shit.
But I appreciate you trying to help. It's just... I don't know. And right now, there are bigger things than me.
And while we do our stuff, let's figure it out. I'm here with you to the end.
I need to go home. But I can't right now. We have to save Astoria from the galloping centaurs. By the way, fucking centaurs are real.
Yeah?
And they do not smell like I thought they would. I thought they might have been horsemen who smelled nicely or part of fairy tales, but they're freaking real.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot of things that. Okay.
So, yeah, my world, topsy-turvy. Horsemen running around.
There's a lot of creatures that you haven't seen, huh?
I've seen lots of things.
Well, I remember you telling me about those weird pink birds that stand on one leg.
Yeah, flamingos. Real. So only this one place off this one island. I don't remember the name. I was like 12. But
don't forget about the pickle people of Cucumber Island.
I don't like them.
Don't like who? The flamingos?
No, it's the pickle people.
What voices?
No. Cucumber
No,
Island.
Kyra actually said that one out loud.
We'll make sense of stuff. We'll figure it out.
I'm sure we will. It's only taken a lifetime to be more confused.
I have lots of questions in my life too. But it's not what guides me right now.
You have the luxury of not knowing.
So do you. You don't know, right?
But I know enough to be confused. And from what you say, you don't remember a thing. All the information she's sharing you with is news. Is something to follow a path. Yes, there's questions to ask on both sides, but you came into this knowing a little bit more.
I believe that at the end of this, we're gonna know exactly who we are and what we're destined for.
I hope so. If not, I'm going to have words with Akira and the Oracle. Because both of them said things would make sense. And they haven't. I gotta go talk to some dead guy or something.
Yeah. At least you don't have to steal from Kentamine.
Yeah, good luck with that.
All right, let's go over there because they're gonna ask questions soon.
I don't have any answers for them anyways.
You turn and you walk back to the group, and when you do, you pass by Peter talking to Nir, and he goes, "So, anyways, I was there, and I was telling him check me out, and the guy he could not catch me because I'm the fastest and the strongest." Oh, yeah, it's kind of a big deal, but it's not really a big deal, you know? Right.
I'd like to mage hand and pull his belt.
And
You pull his belt.
I can't hit him.
Pull his belt.
You guys make it back to the group. They're looking at you expectantly.
You hold
What'd
on,
they say?
right?
Kyra walks up and she says, "Don't worry, they're all briefed about the great hero Pickles Cage now."
Wait,
You know he's just an actor, right?
What?
He pretends. Anyways,
anyway. Oh no, your accent is rubbing off on me.
but you've never seen the plays?
Kyra runs off crying.
Ah, scheiße.
Kyle, I can hold him only for a little bit. You need to run before Dynamis reaches you.
She just misunderstood what I was trying to say. Wouldn't be the first time.
Right. Everything all right on your corner of the world?
As good as it's going to get.
Right.
I haven't been to my island in a long time, so I don't know.
Same.
Right. Question for you two. How do you feel about becoming a human sacrifice?
Isn't that what we all are anyway?
It seems like a very short business decision.
Right. We think, though, possibly one of the strategies we may need to employ to save. I finally caught up with that. We might need to switch places with Eonora, Princess
To keep
Victoria, daughter of Pythor,
Pythor from breaking the oath and getting him
and
knighted
destroy
by
the
Sidon and getting the town
entire
destroyed and
northern
whatnot. We're
continent.
also banking on the fact that they'll accept our switch and we'll just fight whatever happens to us or just stop it because with the power of awesomeness and teamwork and whatnot.
We could fix the switch.
Yeah, I look like my sister, but
You could totally look like her.
I look a lot like her.
I'm
However,
nothing like her.
I look like I learned a new thing. I figured some things out.
oh, the difference is Honora's
I don't look like her.
Honora is a demigod. Okay, she is her father's daughter. She is more like her Aunt Valis than Pythor, so it would be very hard to fake that switch.
That if you looked exactly like her.
If they throw a spear at me, I'm going to catch it and it's going to bounce off. If you throw a spear at Honora, it's going to hit her.
So
But
you take one
I'll
for the
live
team.
through it.
Why is it always throwing spears at the people you know?
It's
You
how
have
it's
no
how she
idea.
shows love.
You should.
It really
Themis.
is. I've
Themis
tried to teach her to stop.
Themis is a very interesting place. Okay.
I
Nice looks at Neri, and Neri just shakes her head.
I mean, I could try to dress up as her, but I don't think I look like her at all.
But if we were, do we know how they're going to sacrifice?
No, we gotta figure that part out too. But
Is that not the sacrifice?
The other problem, though, is that if it is not Honora who has been agreed on to be put on the rock, and we switch with Eritrea,
that also might break the oath.
well, it won't meet the requirements that um, have been set, and 12,000 people will be killed.
So we all, but I would also say that I would just go and do it myself. However, we're all bound by the oath of fellowship that we swore. So I don't know if that would matter much anyway, because we're all kind of in this together now.
Mhm.
My reckless decisions are y'all now y'all's reckless decisions, and Osias's good decisions are now all of our good decisions.
Uh,
That might, though, be a good way to be able to get things around Pythor.
Yeah, that's not fair because my fights are still my fights, right?
or
No, or is it? Are they
Oh.
your fights?
They're our
Oh,
fights
yeah.
now, but
No.
don't worry.
They're
Don't.
they're both. They are both your fights and our fights.
that is a good plan. We could not tell Pythorth about the other fellowship thing, and then just say we're gonna switch, and then he might be more okay with that.
That also means that her fights are your fight. So you get more fights.
You do.
6 times more fights.
There's a
Good.
dragon planned in the future. I hope you're ready.
What?
She's great and she's nasty. I hope you're ready.
I'll fight
It's
it.
okay. You can do it.
Yeah.
But that actually, like I said, though, Guile, that might be a good way to be able to possibly get things around Pythor. If he is not necessarily in agreement, we might be able to switch somehow with Honora and not tell him, I don't want to lie to my god.
I'm not gonna lie to him either, but I don't know if he's gonna be okay with switching one kid for another.
Yeah, if he's like any
Sounds like
kinds
a
of.
lot of conjecture.
We also don't know how they're going to do it.
No, it's also we need to talk to him, but
Yeah, they could.
can't
Be,
let Honora on that rock.
so there's a rock involved.
Yes.
So So are they going to burn her, stab her, poison her? Terrible monster going to come eat her? What?
My guess would be whatever instills the most fear. So I'm
We have,
leaning towards monster.
for all we know, it could be anything.
Good. If it's a monster, the odds are really, really in our favor, though. To be fair.
Yeah,
Maybe they'll make Pythor kill her.
I don't think he would do that, though.
he would have to. It breaks the oath.
To force him
You're
to
asking
kill
for
his.
ways that you would defeat the god of battle without a fight.
You crush
I
him.
would do it. I would do it.
But we don't have
We have a
enough.
lot of questions that can only be answered by getting there.
We ultimately need to get
Yeah.
there, yeah.
It's either that, yeah.
It also might be a good time to discuss our possible plans more along the lines of our three tasks. I know that according to the prophecies we received, most of us apparently converge at Telemach um, for the city of the dead, the necropolis.
Telemach in the Old Wood.
Yes. But considering the drought and everything that is suffering, it might be a better idea to head towards the Old Wood first. Specifically, because we might be able to convince some of the dryads there to possibly help Historia. If it's suffering through a drought, go on.
Convince natives to help settlers. It's going to be a tall task.
But it's something that has to happen eventually. And the dryads, the nymphs are more welcoming overall to the settlers. We've always been more welcoming. Mostly because we don't really see you as, well, you're pets.
I was gonna say,
No,
we're pets.
That's not the PC term in the modern era, but it's possible that they may see it as an opportunity to help the settlers, who they think are so cute and adorable.
I've never understood the division between the two. I never said that I was born here.
If you are a settler, if you are not created here.
Clearly a mother and a father. Wing bang boom.
I meant like in generational terms.
Sure I'm not the
apparently
first.
am both.
It's what, 500 years since the Dragonlords? It's been a generation or two.
But if you're not of the Fey races originally, the Fey races from here, you are not considered a native.
You weren't created by Thylia, so you're not a native.
Ah,
What's that mean?
You actually would be a native, technically. You are born of one of the titans of the Versi the First, is what I heard Versi the Second say. So you would be a native.
It
I'm.
makes you just as native as the Oracle herself.
eh,
Perhaps you have as
I'm.
much power. Wait, do you have a third eye? And Denias gets really close to your face, stares at your forehead.
Sorry, I don't have any extras for you, buddy.
oh, ouch.
Oh man.
Wow.
Oh man. I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it.
I
The problem is,
previously.
I feel like Dynamis was straight serious though, of like, hey, if I had this third eye, I'd give it to you, bud, but I don't have one.
Yeah,
I don't have a spare. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Don't worry. I just need to get to the city.
Maybe we should hurry up and get there then.
Unless you would let me take apart the bird.
Will you put him back together?
No.
Well, I'd be able to put him back together.
No.
I spent way too long putting him back together after he got crushed.
I would just need the piece.
We can wait till we get to Astoria, I think.
Hold on.
Easy for you to say. You still have depth perception.
Ozias,
Yes.
do you still have that bloodstone?
Yes. I pull it
How
out.
big is it?
We're not going to shove
how
that in
big
his eye socket, are we?
A
A
placekeeper.
man walking around with a gem stuck out of his head? That's ridiculous.
I mean, I could shape it and condense it. Like, how big is it? Would it be the appropriate size? Yeah, okay. I will take a moment. I'll use Ways of Earth to make sure it's smooth, as perfectly smooth as possible. So Uzziah take this gem, just kind of put it in his hand, kind of like almost like he's squeezing it for a moment. And then when he opens it, not only is it this perfectly round little eyeball, but there's actually like a drawing of a circle and a little iris in it.
Next, you're going to tell me that you've got one for my heart. This is ridiculous.
Oh, I can find something.
If we can get a large enough gemstone, if you prefer a gemstone.
What about purple heartwood?
I hand
Know
him
that you mean
bloodstone.
well. He takes it. He
This is
looks
a
at it.
placeholder.
I know that you mean well, but I will remember.
Are you gonna put it in?
No.
You can always dress up like a pirate and wear an eye patch.
The what?
Give you an eye patch, give you a funny hat, and
Okay, so funny hat thing isn't true. It's
So we
one
can cut off
guy,
of
one
his
time.
what?
The eye also could look very fashionable. I mean, to be honest, it's a very nice shade of red. And I made it perfectly smooth and polished, so it shouldn't be able to irritate your eye.
Hey, if it's too dry, I can spit on it and we can just pop it right in.
Alright, back off. He doesn't want it, he doesn't want it. It's his eye.
Do you want me to go find something for your heart?
No.
Oh.
I know that you mean well.
Right. With this awkwardness. um, we should probably get some rest and probably start making our way towards the story as soon as we can. And I could actually use some rest, to be honest.
All
You
right.
guys, you take your sleeps, take your watches. As you drift off to sleep, you can hear her voice once. I knew you'd be back. But then you drift off to sleep. The night passes, you have a long rest. You regain half your hit dice. You lose 1 level of exhaustion.
Yay!
You awake in the morning.
How far from
You know
Astoria are we?
that if you travel, especially if you travel at a fast pace, you can make it to Astoria by lunchtime. You travel at a
Start
slow pace, you
jogging.
can make it to Astoria mid-afternoon.
I start jogging.
All right, everyone, make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you don't eat anything that would compromise you, and think.
Shut up, let's go!
Does everybody
Okay.
have a 30-foot movement speed right now, or higher?
Yeah,
I have 35.
Yep.
40.
No one has 2 levels of exhaustion? Perfect.
Down to 1.
You're able to travel at a fast pace. Who's leading the way?
I am.
It's
Survival check
lunchtime. Let's
disadvantage.
go.
Who's keeping watch?
Oh, I missed that part. What'd you say?
I said survival check at disadvantage. Who's keeping watch? No one?
Uh,
I can.
can't,
I got
guys.
a good perception.
I can
I was gonna
nominate.
say I would like to help Eritrea with survival check just because I got proficiency and I can do that thing.
All right, not them.
I can perceive.
Go ahead and make a perception check at disadvantage.
Oh.
Oh,
That was really.
19 or
That's
unnatural 20, still good.
Yeah. You are not beset. Um, as you approach Astoria, you travel the entire afternoon at an incredibly fast. As you get to the gates of Astoria, and you start walking up, the road stops from being wilderness to being farmland after farmland. All of these farmlands are remarkably quiet. You do not hear sound of livestock. Let me change this music. As much as I appreciate the bongos. Go to Cito Med. Okay, I guess. Um, but you all, let me go ahead and put you back to the map here. Go to the Heartland. There we go. You make it to the outskirts of Astoria along the road. Let me update your world map. On the road, you end up catching up with a group. It is an older man riding with his child. There we go. It is a young boy. And an older man. They're riding a wagon. They are escorting a very thin and sickly looking oxen to town. It is white. Um, no one's a sacrifice druid or cleric. Who's proficient in religion? If you are proficient in religion, you may make 1 religion check right now.
Oh, sorry, first one, 16.
16. Um, this looks like this oxen was born to be used as a sacrifice, so it is far too sickly to be a acceptable sacrifice. Astoria is the largest settlement along the Archelon River. Most travelers approach Astoria from the southern gate. This settlement is nestled between the cliffs of a rocky gorge. The north wall of the town is part of a stone fortress and protects the town from any dangers that might come from the steppes. Houses, taverns, and shops of all kinds sprawl down from the fortress, filling much of the gorge. The northern wall is defended by a legion of soldiers, while the southern gates admit a steady stream of travelers and merchant caravans, of which you find yourself among. The road that runs south from the gate is lined with tile roof inns. Approaching the city from the south, you encounter a caravan of merchants who are also headed towards Astoria. With them are the first domesticated animals you've seen in some kind, a herd of bony oxen lumbering towards the dusty road. The merchants seem tired and they greet you warily. Yo!
Yo.
Yo, yo.
Uh, hello there.
Hello there.
Yo.
Hello.
I'm sorry. It's a traditional greeting from my. I come from a far off land called Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. I
Indeed.
never heard of such place.
They have a lot of brooks
Consider
that go
yourself
through it.
lucky. You would think. Great underground brooks filled with uh, automaton monsters, but that world is far off and long ago. Anyways, what brings you to us? Oh, you wear the uniform of an historian century.
Yes, I'm one of the sentinels returning from my scouting.
You wouldn't happen to be the sentinel known as Ozias, would you?
I would, actually, yes.
I was told to give you something.
Oh,
This was by the, a centaur approached me and said that it was my duty to find the sentinel named Ozias and to give him this. And he hands you a sack.
I'll look inside the sack.
Inside the sack is a bunch of dust, and you find 13 daggers that belong to sentinels of Astoria. I didn't
Thank
look
you.
in it.
Thank you.
Let's see. You guys are approaching from this way. Blam! Yep, Astoria from the south. Um, Let me update some things. But how does the road find you? I hope that this bears good news for you.
Dry, unfortunately.
That's the way of things everywhere these days. The Storm Lord must disprove of something the king has done to punish us such. There's barely any draft animals left in the entire countryside. Even these sickly ones will fetch a high price because of how desperate the king is to appease the Titan right now.
You see, um, yes. Thank you for that.
You know, Sidon has been demanding daily sacrifices. Catch up, he says. And he's withholding the storms until we do.
Yes. Um, how fare you and yours in the meantime?
Ah, Cyclops are pillaging farms, centaurs are gathering in record numbers, and I've even heard that Pythor's gone mad with grief. Not well, but it is the way of things. Hmm. It's said that Sidon's demanded that the king's daughter be sacrificed on the next full moon.
When's the next full moon?
It says here in the notes that there's enough time that passes between now and the next full moon for you to complete your first labor. So, perhaps 2 weeks.
I pulls out a script.
That's oddly
Where did you get
specific.
that from?
Isn't it? I have no clue what that means, but that.
All right.
Seriously, he says about 2 weeks.
All right. So we have time. Thank you for that
Thank
information.
you. I like you.
Most people do.
You're my friend.
Oh,
Let me go ahead and throw
okay.
you out some new mission trackers. One, the King's Sacrifice. Yep, that's the one that you get.
All right. Well, we best make our way quickly as we can to the palace.
Brontez, whenever you see Ozias open this bag and look down, he looks upset. And you can hear voices from within crying out, justice. Justice for the slain. Justice. Justice for the slain.
Brontes sort of like blinks twice, and his eyes sort of enlarge, and he's fixated on Ozias and looks at the bag. And he says, "They're loud. They're loud."
What are you saying, Brontes?
It's not nothing. Nothing. It's nothing at all. Um, he just sort of like takes his right arm, places it on his right ear. He says, "We'll do what we can. These people. We'll make sure we can avenge them."
How did you? Right. Yes. um. Yes. Thank you, sir. May I ask your name? I asked the
Phoebus.
fourth NPC. What is it, Phillips?
Phoebus. With an O. Though, once upon a time they called me Lil Mac.
Um,
Came from the land of Brooklyn. All right. Thank you. Thank you for this. We will, I suppose, continue forwards. Is there anything we can do to help you on your way into the city?
Oh. 100 gold would be great. Ha 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 ha. I mean, what do you call them? Oh yes, drachmae. 100 drachmae. Ha ha. Anyway,
And
just some company. Maybe a song.
I look over at Brontes.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Hold on, and he looks at you, and he rolls a fame dice.
oh, let's see.
He must roll a 2.
Hit the floor. Nothing.
Wait, I do know you. You're the heroes of the Heartlands. I've heard the song about you. The Sing the Tale of the Lightning Tusk. That was you.
Look over at Kyra.
Wasn't it? Yes, yes, look, the Amazonian and I heard that you powerbombed a manticore once.
I believe that's directed at you, Eritrea.
Did I powerbomb the Manticore? I thought that was Dynamis.
Did. No, you jumped down on top of one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did.
You did jump down.
Oh yeah. I drove one Manticore to the other Manticore.
Wow. I mean to tell you, wow. You guys are on the Astoria City map, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are here at the South Gate. Hey, there's the Shrine of the Dragons Lords.
It
There it
is.
is.
Man, a nice touch.
What's cool too is if you look over on the right-hand side of the map, you can see all these really cool like tourist spots.
Thank you. I made a tourist brochure. I got some advice from a good guy that that's a great thing to do on city maps like this. So I took that advice.
Hey, look, there's the Rock of Estor.
Yes, it's right there. If you wanted, you're going to pass it on the south way in, but that's where all the sacrifices are being held. The great Rock of Estor.
To Dynamis in kind of a whisper, do you think anything of that could become a weapon if you need to throw it?
All of it.
Cool.
Wow. While you're here, Brent, do you think you could sign my son?
I like look around. I look around. It's like Brent.
That's what the
Wearing my
song
name
said your
tag.
name was. I'm sorry.
It's Brontes. Brontes. I just look at
That
Kyra.
makes more sense.
Well, I'll be happy to sign for your son.
Kyra's like, look, you want the right name, have a more rhymable name.
The son looks at you as you're signing him, and he says, you know, when I grow up, I have decided that I want to learn to play the lyre. Just like a real bard.
Ah.
Go to our Discord and check out all these songs, folks.
Kyra's been busy.
Oh man. Just like I'm glad you do. The mystical arts are something to truly behold. And sometimes the lyre is not only the only instrument that a bard should muster. Perhaps they should also use the shaw, the horn, and the flute.
When you say horn, he starts laughing, and he looks at your head.
It's like, oh, fifths. Well, not this corn. You have to find something that's perfectly on a goat. Something that's detached. Not me, though.
Preferably on a
Kyra is
goat,
relishing
preferably
this
detached.
moment.
He like smiles with the boy, making jokes.
Look at my castle of Pythor, filled with Pythor's holy symbol.
That's freaking good. I like that.
That's an
Yeah, the
excellent job he
people
did.
on the Discord for this campaign did such good work. That's not me. I shamelessly.
That's what community discords are for.
Anybody wanting to run a campaign, Odyssey has the best Discord communities. Oh my goodness. Anyways, but you start and you let's see what else. As you enter into a story, I feel like I'm getting something.
Eritrea, you should probably put your helmet on now if you want to hide your hair.
No, let's just go with it.
Are you sure?
I have a feeling he's gonna find out either way. Probably shouldn't
Right.
let him.
So I'll go into the city tomorrow.
No, it's
Streets
okay.
grow
I've
more
grabbed your arm. No,
crowded
it's okay.
as you
We're
enter
going.
the city proper. Travelers and citizens mingle, exchanging both goods and gossip. Guards line the streets, though they are most concentrated by the city gates. Despite their attempts to present a stoic facade, you sense that they are restless about something. A small detachment of hoplites points and moves towards you from the north. Hey, you there! I recognize you. A man bearing an officer's insignia, he outranks you, steps forward from his fellows and respectfully hails your party. Hail, party! Heroes of the Heartlands, yes. Right? Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
I salute.
absolutely.
We are pleased to receive you as visitors to the great and storied city of Historia.
Thank you.
humbly ask that you do not slay me like I am the lightning tusk.
Absolutely not.
Especially you. And he points at Dynamis. And he goes, I heard that you are quite a slayer. Blood of beasts. I must tell you, I have been ordered by my king, and I cannot refuse my king's orders, that as soon as you arrive at Astoria, to escort you immediately to the palace of Pythor. Please comply, because I do not want to return to the king empty-handed. He's very angry, and I do not want to try to fight you because you will kill me.
Absolutely lead the way. We wouldn't want to get you in trouble with your king.
Ah,
Come along, Ozias, and I start grabbing you by your like shirt. Come on.
he
So
is
you're like
very
slowly
angry.
waiting to stop.
I think he's
dragging
been
your
on
feet.
a 5-day bender.
Oh no, he's drunk.
You pass by the southern living quarters.
It
You
can't
go
be that
along,
bad, can it?
up and around. What's the 24?
I was trying to decide what Guile's going to do.
Gotcha.
Oh no.
And I got a
This
natural
is a group
20.
of 8 soldiers for the record. They
And
bring
if
you.
don't you know that he once pile drived a mountain?
No, I haven't
I
heard
knew
one.
that mountain.
Oh.
We went to elementary school together.
He was 2 feet shorter afterwards.
You pass by these living quarters and into the agora.
Yeah, but yours friend though. It'll be okay, right? You guys are buddies.
Let's see. I have an agora. It's right here. Blam. I already showed you that once. This is the surrounding farmlands. Though it's significantly more green than it should be.
This is the idyllic view. This is the brochure model, and then if we look
It
up,
is,
it's
it is,
just
it is.
withered.
You pass by the great public amphitheater right on the river Archelon. And once again, find yourself approaching up the steps after passing in front of the great and storied dragon shrine. Throw this one out again. Lovely.
It's so pretty. Now, is that supposed to be Valmetria on the top?
It is.
Ooh.
They bring you to the open air palace of Pythor. Let me go ahead. Pythor. Alright, let me go ahead and I'm going to unlock the shops for you to peruse in your downtime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different shops. 1. 2. Remember, they have the shopkeep's name and the name of the shop. Does anyone speak Thieves' Cant in this game? I forget.
That'll be Prontes.
All right. Here you go. You were given a password to this one. Why would I ever buy a hippogriff when a manticore calms the weather?
Ooh,
And of
okay.
course, finally, Don Stack's Coffee Shop, run by Colton.
Of course, his name is Colton.
Yes. He's got earbuds.
Is that what we were picking the names for all those months ago? I remember you asking me about those names, and I was like, I don't know what this is for. 6 months later.
6 months later. Yeah, I did a lot of work for this game for a very long time. But you make your way to the King's Palace. The once great Astorian palace looms high over the city, large windows letting copious amounts of sunlight which fails to chase away the gloom that settles in the palace. As you walk through the storied halls, you notice evidence of the court's past glory in the form of precious artifacts dating back to the First War. Extravagant tapestries show off tales of Astoria's history and King Pythor's grand adventures, though more recent events are nowhere to be seen in the hangings. Let me give you some Pythor pictures, eh?
Hey.
let's see. Pythor number 1. Blam.
Ooh.
Pythor number 2. Blam. Pythor number 3. Blam. Pythor number 4. Hope you're keeping up. Blam. Pythor number 5. Blam. And finally, Pythor number 6. Blam. These are the tapestries hanging on the wall of this castle, showing you, reminding you who exactly you're going to meet
I
right
see
now.
the family resemblance.
Number 6 was definitely a phase.
Yeah. That helmet looks a lot like my helmet.
I was young once.
These first 3, I think, are somebody else. I'm not sure who it is. Can't put my finger on it.
He has as much history as I do in this world. He went through different phases and appearances.
Oh man, understood. As you approach, here we go. Are nowhere to be seen on the hangings. The palace is simple design, and you can hear a voice, a rumbling. Let me get to my map that I made. Oh, here it is. As you approach and enter the Astorian throne room. And when you do, who is leading the way?
I would shove Ozias in front like at the last second.
Oh god.
Love it.
Be confidently leading the way until the last possible moment, and then I just shove him forward.
Fine.
Let me hero stack and grab out your tokens real quick so you guys can do stuff and things.
So I'm not far behind him, but I pushed him forward. Never gone this far in the palace before. Outside walls only, and I push you forward.
As you approach, Ozias, please. Whoa, you guys are.
We're
look
near
how
the itty
small.
bitty.
Holy smokes! This room's huge.
We're in Kentamane's throne room, apparently.
As you say, I need to adjust my size for this map.
As Kyra says,
Hey,
honey,
like
I
when
struck.
I first
As,
came in here.
as Kyra says, honey, I shrunk the heroes.
Yeah, all right. Let me fix that. Holy smokes!
I love when she calls me honey.
That.
Whoa.
Yep.
And thus all the tokens were banished to the outskirts of the map.
Yeah, give me a sec. There we go. And then here and paste. Much better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now things look relatively people-sized. Great. So, let's see. As you approach, Kyra says, "Ooh, I'll catch you guys later. I've gotta go. I've got a dentist appointment," and she leaves.
Gotta know you're my own.
Come
No!
on.
I look to Ozias. That's not a bad sign. It's okay. That's not a bad sign. She probably actually has a dentist appointment. It's okay.
Neri, Zyphos, and all of B Team with her. Well, probably
the
not.
only
though.
way I could get to the other side of the continent in time.
It's
What's a
okay.
dentist?
It's probably not a bad sign. It's okay.
What's a dentist?
Here's-
Anyways,
Here's
nice
best
knowing
friend.
you. And Ozias, as you enter the throne room, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god, no.
As you hear, "What do you mean we're out of wine?"
I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Oh boy.
Which I needed to
Glad you
use.
did.
That's a 19.
Dude, you are so fucked.
tell him
Osias,
that.
No pressure.
Osias, relax. You should be fine. I think you have this. If you need help, I'll be here.
Oh no.
Oh no! Wait,
Oh
what is
no,
this
what the
inside?
heck? Okay.
Really knocking over fruit cart.
Yeah, don't read that bottom
What's
part.
happening?
Don't read that bottom part.
Okay.
Cast.
Okay.
All right.
It sent a whisper as 2 messages.
I gotcha.
Gotcha.
Fine. Go away. And you know what? Go away too. Gotcha. But you guys enter and you barely dodge out of the way, hitting the ground as a large. You guys know how big an amphora is. We discussed this when we were in Versus Temple, but the amphora just smashes against the door. Clay shatters in every direction, and you all look up, and there he is in all of his glory, wearing strange spectacles, bleary-eyed, and a bathrobe. Pythor, god of battle.
Oh man.
What? Who are you? Wait, hold on. Takes off the dark shaded glasses, and you see his eyes, which haven't seen the light of day. It is approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon now after you proceed through the city. And his eyes are bloodshot and bleary eyed, um, very red, and he looks at you and he goes, "Wait, I called for you. Wait a second. Hey." And he starts walking up to Eritrea, and he goes, "No, you're one of mine. My girl!" And he opens his arms akimbo. "Come to Papa Pythor."
He's gonna crush me. I'll give him a hug. I think he's gonna crush the crap out of
You
me.
go up to him. You expect him to hug you. He put his arms around you. He pick you up. He throw you 30
Oh
feet in the
God.
air.
So this is what Dynamis does to people. This hurts.
He throw you 30 feet in the air. He says, "My baby girls come home." He catch you. He spinning you around 3 times. Then he wraps you in a big bear hug. Eritrea, you don't get a chance to notice this. You all notice that Pythor is wearing nothing under his bathrobe. Pythor, more like Python, am I right? Um, his beard is covered in remnants of old food. He smells strongly of 4-day alcohol. He hasn't bathed in who knows when. It is gross.
Oh man.
I like this guy.
Well, he might be your uncle. Well, he might be your brother-in-law one day. So you know.
Yeah.
And when you get there, he settle you down. He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." Covers up a little bit. He looks around. He winks. It says that the party member with the highest charisma. Is it Brontes? Is it Guile? Is it Ozias?
Both
You're all
of them.
standing in the same direction.
Uh,
I don't
It's
know if
not
it's Brontes.
Ozias.
I don't know if it's Ozias.
uh,
But it says that he winks.
you.
And he looks and he
Guile.
goes, "We're we're gonna have a feast. You servants, all 8 of you, fetch more wine. I don't care. Find some more. Word. And more cheesy potatoes."
Cheese and
The 2
potatoes.
servants in the room leave. And once the room has emptied and the chamber doors are shut, he tosses away his spear and he sits back heavily on his throne. Oh. Any friends of my girls are friends of mine, yes? Come,
Ozias
let
is
me
still
tell you of
kneeling.
my woes. Wait. Ozzy, is that you?
Ozzy.
Come here, my
Yes.
boy.
Ozzy.
What are you doing traveling with my girl?
Pythor, remember how
You're both the oracle's chosen.
Yes, remember how I told you this is,
I'm good. I'm good.
Are you good? Are you good?
I'm good.
Do you need, do you need
Was
some
that?
water?
That's called a verb.
Do you need some water?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there an amphora nearby?
Water. I need wine. And he
I think they're
slams
on
his
that.
hand on the big heavy stone table.
I think they're on that. I think the servants are on that.
Good. Dynamis, this guy's like 7.5 foot tall. And he is just, I mean, you see the picture. He's covered in flab.
We're close to the same height.
Yeah. Ugh. Come.
I get closer.
So, I say I know you've already met Ozias.
Sir, no, you can call me Papa. Come on.
Yep.
Ha ha ha.
And, this over here,
My girl's
lord.
come home. This is a day for celebration. Oh my god. Wait. Wait. And he gets up and he runs over to the doors and he flings open these are like 20-foot tall stone doors that you guys came through. He just flings it open with one hand. He says, "Someone get a Nora!"
I tried to suggest you come
And then he runs back to the throne, robe flying everywhere, and he
I guess
sits
we're going
down.
with honesty here. New plan.
I can't believe my girl's home.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Where have you been?
Uh,
Your mom.
Mitros.
Oh, your mom. How is she? Is she still alive? That was the best piece of... Well, you don't want to hear that. But... Oh, she was so gorgeous. Anyways, you were telling me how you know my girl.
We've been,
I was,
We at the Oracle.
apparently we met way before that.
Before.
Pythor,
Traveling to the Oracle.
10 years.
this is the Lion of Astoria.
Oh,
Eritrea.
yeah, by the way, I'm the champion of the gladiator arena of Mitros. Known him for like 10 years, apparently.
10 years.
Yeah.
And when I... And when you told me about this hot piece of tail
I
that
did
you've
not
been
use those.
chasing...
I did not use those words. I was never chasing her, my lord.
And I told you to take a crack at her.
I'm gonna step to the side to avoid any other flying debris.
It says, I know how this is going to go, because if I was him, I would
Everyone
move here.
moves to the side. I only became aware that she was your daughter, a week ago?
Fairly recent.
Did he trick and deflower you?
No.
What? No.
No.
Then you learn nothing. And I've never been happy.
See? You're not dead, Ozias. And I pat him on the back really hard. Remember
I
to
fall
breathe.
over. There is no strength in my legs anymore.
Remember to breathe.
Truth is. And he looks at Dynamis and at the rest of you. Says, "You're the only hope that I have."
That's why we're here.
We have seen what's happening on the road from here to Historia.
We have a plan.
Several weeks ago, Sidon sent his floozies with demands. And they want. They. They.
It's okay. You don't have to
No.
say it.
And he
I know.
starts bawling. And I mean those big, fat, wet tears, blubbering, no sort of dignity. They want to take my baby girl. They want to chain her to the rock, and they want to kill her. To Sidon, the
We're-
bastard. And
Why can't you just say no? You are the god of battle, right?
if I say no, all the centaurs will raise the city to the ground. The drought will last for 100 years. If I don't comply and sacrifice my daughter, it will mean the death of thousands.
Nora would comply, wouldn't she? Save the city.
Yes, she would.
Yeah,
She
so we have a
already
plan.
has.
I figured. We have a plan.
Right about then, someone
Oh boy.
walks in.
I hide behind Ozias.
Okay, so you make sure that you're the first one that she sees because you're closer to the door. I understand.
I'm really bad at stealth, so it's okay.
It's Guile. Guile walks in. And everyone looks, bated breath, and sees Guile, and oh, they use the good surprise on you.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Were you not with us?
He's disheveled and covered in fruit and veggies and other things.
It's best
When
not to ask.
did you when was
No.
he out of sight?
This must be what Dynamis was talking about.
And then she walks in. Fiery
Oh,
red hair. A
hey.
beautiful 20-year-old woman wearing the laurels of a princess with all the glide and grace of someone far above her station. She says, "So you're the oracle chosen."
That's what she says.
Hello.
Ozias
She
is
looks at
immediately
you,
saluted.
and she says, and she walks right up to Eritrea.
Oh shit.
You feel the spark within your chest twinge as her spark. She looks at you and she goes, "So you're the demigod."
Yep. I guess there was no hiding that.
And she slaps you across the face
Yep.
and walks past you. "We will have words,
I'm sure you have many.
father." He goes, "My girl!" And he opens his arms akimbo and she goes, "Don't throw me." He goes, oh, okay. You need to put on some clothes, father. It's been weeks since your last public. How can I make public appearances whenever this shit is going on? There's work that must be done. Whether or not sacrifice. After I die, 2 weeks, you will still be king. And your people need you. And he starts bawling. And he looks at you, and he falls down on his knees, and he starts to beg. And he says, "You have to do something, please. I will give you anything. Anything. If you can just save my daughter."
Stand up. Come on, stand up. We agreed
And
to help.
he crawls on his knees, and he starts crying at your feet, and he is bawling.
Stand up. We agreed to help before we got here. Stand up.
My
Dynamis
lord,
will stand him up.
Osiris will help.
Yeah.
Roll 2d10 for me.
Which one of us?
You, of course.
Oh, me.
Oh, you touched him.
The full moon's not for some time, and I know there's time to figure out something. And
We have a
And-
plan.
my girl's alive. My girl. And he pick you up, and he hug you again, and he spin you around, and with that, it is very, very late. So I think that's where we're going to call tonight's episode. In the throne room of the God King Pythor, with the chosen of the Oracle, and a tear-filled reunion that is both sad and incredibly happy. For all of you who stuck with us through this tale, I appreciate you. I love you. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season this year. I hope that it is filled with gifts and food and feasts of all sort. Next week we will be having our special holiday festival, which is called Vulcanalia within the world of Thylia. So I would love to see you join us at this same CEN place at the same CEN time. And until next time, everybody, I have been your DM John. I'm joined by my wonderful players, human beings, producers, exotic dancers, and hard workers, writers, artists, Rose, Mason, Ray, Brian, and Nost. And until next time, everybody, we'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Feel worse. I'm the toughest player here in Roar. I'm the beast, I'll show you war. I'm the fury in the dark. I'll tear this world apart. They think I'm lost, but I'm just here. The fury spark is crystal clear. I'll burn them all, make them bleed. I am the hunter, I am the seed. Blood of beast, let it spill. I'm the monster you can't kill. Fury vengeance in my veins. I'll take your power, break your chains. Blood of beast, I'll take it all. Bring the darkness, watch it fall. The time is won, now set free. Dynamite will make you bleed. 1,000 years on an island alone. Now I'm back and this world's my throne. Centaur and Lutheria, your time is through. I'll take you down, make the world feel worse. The hand of Catamine, I'll find its mark. Bring it to the heart, light up the dark. Every beast I slay, I take your soul. I'm the one who's gonna take control. Blood of beast, let it spill. I'm the monster you can't kill. Fury vengeance in my veins. I'll take your power, break your chains. Blood of beast, I'll take it all. Bring the darkness, watch it fall. The time is won, now set free. Dynamite will make you bleed. The Odyssey's done, the future's near. I'll crush the monsters, make them fear. No chains will hold, no gods will reign. Dynamite is back again. Blood of beast, let it spill. I'm the monster you can't kill. Fury vengeance in my veins. I'll take your power, break your chains. Blood of beast, I'll take it all. Bring the darkness, watch it fall. Darkness will make you bleed. Dynamite, dynamite, I'll make you bleed. I'll make you see. Dynamite, dynamite, a new dawn's here, it's just me. Dragonlords.